1, 2, 3 in the place to be. All right. We got Mr. Z, Zerilath Immortal. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, Derek? It's good.
We got Mr. Z.
There we go. All right. Boom. Shakalaka. All right. Just had to mute it up when it was going online. I think this should be streaming on my channel as we speak. I like last time, I want to double check on that because it was different because it was already registered. But dude, I'm good. Thank you for inviting me on, and I introduced you to this presentation that you've asked me on to comment about before and after. So why don't you go ahead and tell everybody why I'm here?
Yeah, I've been on a ridiculous marathon of the Matrix, maneuvering through all types of simulations and simulacras of the whole spectrum of this whole thing, and yeah, really keeping my mind open towards what else is out there beyond the typical YouTubery and Mr. Matrix explained and whatever kind of lame stream philosophies and theories people want to posturize on, which is all right. Yet I feel like there's more to it than that. And the fact that I've been live streaming and you've been on, I showcased. We went on for like 5 hours. It was fucking awesome. And
I'm a marathon man.
Yeah, man. But to just be more well-rounded and to have you in the mix is really awesome, and to see your comments, and I had to like take a screenshot during the live stream, like, oh yeah, this guy Tom Althouse. It's like, okay, yeah. So I looked into that, a day or two after, and I was like, oh shit, okay, yeah. Alpha Vedic has done an interview with them. Other people have interviewed him, and there's been articles about this Mr. Tom Althouse of how he in the early 2000s tried to make some legal cases against the Wachowskis on plagiaristic rights, copyrights, whatever the fuck. And yeah, it's just really interesting, and especially in Spectrum era, in contrast to the whole fact that the first movie was brilliant in everyone's eyes, and then like from then on out, it kind of like went downhill. And the fact that the script in context was not the Wachowskis original creations, and that they didn't have that meat of the material to work with from the second movie on to the fourth and a possible fifth right now. It just makes one think and consider certain things, like okay, so maybe the Matrix was supposed to be really better than, and keep that standard than it set at the first movie, I guess. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, now, of course, for the audience hearing this who hasn't checked out the Tom Althouse story that we're going to, which like I threw the Alpha Vedic interview because that was the first one that I caught, and it's one of the first ones, and or at least it was the first one that he maybe got like a fair hearing. People getting a fair hearing is a massive deal in the way I function. And so I'm sitting there. He's holding up a court case with his script in his hand because it was put into evidence in the court, and citing all of these things. Right now, this is all interesting stuff that are into like crime drama kind of things, right? And everybody knows that every film changes in dramatic ways from screenplay to story, to storyboard, and then onto the celluloid, right? But this one was a bit different. A context I want you to understand that Tom's case is revealing is not just how his movie would have been more useful to wakening people up, because it does not go into the absurdity of have a drug trip to see the machine elves. Right? That's kind of the idea. You're having a drug trip to see the machines and all the people that are Zionists, that are allegedly free, eating sludge in the sewers, right? This was not Tom's vision at all. And his vision actually would have been a huge demonstration of the dystopia that they instilled by 2020. Right, the infrastructure of it that manipulates and coerces the mind through the shadow agency of governments. And you see, the Matrix is kind of like the primary of a bloodletting of Tom Althouse's soul into Hollywood, as he explains that things that fell out of the Matrix from the Immortals script, which is the true name of this film, the Immortals, got thrown into other films from time to time, such as the brain chip in Elysium is supposed to be more akin to what the neck jack in the Matrix was, although I think that was also like a part of it. There's a lot. He talks fast, and there's and then there's the question, the back and forth with the two guys in Alpha Vedic. So make sure that you're like paying attention, slow it down if you have to, and or something. Right. Go back and repeat it because he'll say a couple of very interesting things that shift the perspective of what this film was originally trying to tell you, because like I've done the deep decodes on all the Matrix films in the past, like in conversation. Never did a full thing like Matrix 4 that I did. Because I saw what Mark Passio did. I just want to talk about what Mark Passio did at the time. That plus whatever my own personal journey was revealing to me. That's all I freaking needed at that time. And I hadn't seen the Althouse interview by the time I had made the Matrix 4 video. It was shortly after that, right? Because major things that I defended about Matrix 4 were changes that were particularly made based on shadow victories of Tom Althouse's lawsuit, forcing them to change the way they made the film, which also is stripping Sophia Stewart, or whatever her name is, she's the cover for Tom, right? She's like the mildly screwed over woman in the writing world of Hollywood, right? As opposed to Tom, who, one of the most serious things you need to fucking understand is that the Hollywood mafia killed his child. He has another living child who is a big success, and he says he's very strong in the face of this horror, and is apparently a really good kid. But they did get one of them. Okay, so like this is, you're also going to get insight in dark sorcery. His lawsuit is tied to Disney and many other things. This is a very important thing to see, to understand, to cultivate with our relationship with the way those people do things and what they care about.
Yeah, real talk. And what do people expect really with un-Hollywood and Disney and all these dark occultist ties to them? If anyone's done any kind of research or looked any kind of subliminal messaging with anything in, like, do people think one little blip of one little movie is just it's just a glitch in the Matrix? I'm sure everything else is legit, whatever. But all that aside, I mean, with that considered, I feel like people have a really candy coated, idea of what Hollywood is about and how people come to, you know, fruition. Thinking about the Wachowskis, and you know, they had this, you know, almost like Cinderella story. You know, they kind of came from the counterculture and they brought their, you know, cyberpunkness into the stuff, and they had their anime influences. And we could take it to, you know, how they mentioned Ghost in the Shell and whatever the hell with, you know, the jacks in the back of the neck, as you mentioned, which is why I mentioned that. But you know, I could see their influences in, you know, Althouse's, you know, writings as like a infusion, and I could see the beauty in the manifestation of the movie The Matrix. Yet, yeah, there's this, you know, shadow aspect that lures around it, you know, due to the unhollywoodness of all this fucking, you know, minutia and whatever blackballing and control manipulation behind the scenes that a lot
Yeah,
of folks have no idea about, right?
right. There's a zeitgeist that's picked up on. You know, I mean, like, you know, you're doing, you know, cyberpunk themes and you know, the idea, you know, because it's all transhumanist stuff, and that stuff was getting big in the 80s into the 90s, and so yeah, like saying that you have a plug to plug your head into the network is nothing new, right? But there's context to the world building that has brought it to that point, right? And he can rationalize why he is using that motif, right? Because part of his point is that over the years, nobody can talk to the Wachowskis or Sophia Stewart about the deeper particulars of the actual writing process of the film, because the Wachowskis didn't write it. They were mostly working with the storyboard and stealing from the script that they had semi rights to, that they were violating in real time. And he goes through all of this explanation of things, and all of it was, you know, making the changes because they didn't want him to have his story. His story was too on the nose. And when you hear him tell you how he originally put things together, you would have you realize why they suppressed it. And it's a lesson. If you're a storyteller, you know, like, stop going to people that are going to bloodlet your fucking talent, right? You know, in the mythos, this is the Kvasir, right? A similar association. I was telling Derek about this before. Although he didn't get screwed over personally, it's just that, you know, the film was too big, was Jodorowsky's Dune. That was another story that was legally, lawfully almost, if you will, bloodlet. And it was broken apart and turned into bits and pieces that were all over Hollywood for 20 years in that respect. They took his Dune, and they put the costumes in Flash Gordon. They put the laser sword fights in Star Wars. They put the Harkonnen aesthetic into Alien, so on and so forth. This is what you see, and Hollywood was just doing that without permission, and committed terrible crimes because they really needed to steal this from him so they could make money. Because
Damn, you know,
running
I
out.
gotta say something real quick because you know, I did a recent Crip Rick, what's cracking, yo? Bonjour.
Rick.
You know, with one of the base, you know, influences of the movie The Matrix, in, you know, they actually had Keanu Reeves read it, whether this story is true or not. You know, the book written by Jean Baudrillard, Simulacra in Simulation. You know, what you're talking about kind of corresponds to that, because, you know, there's like people that have written original pieces of literature, art, whatever, And what is it being done to? It's being, manipulated, corrupted, distorted, polluted, diluted, perverted, inverted, and, fragmented into all these other pieces. So, no one's able to distinguish, where the original ideas came from, in a sense. So yeah, there's not that, credit given due to the original innovators of these ideas and all these things. So it's really fucked up, right?
Exactly, because what they did was they put that book in there as a mockery of Tom's script. What is it? It's a book. You open it up, the book is gutted, and it's got digital information inside of it, right? So what did they do? They took his story about the secret fascist takeover of the world happening under your nose that you don't find out about unless you step out of line. They take that and then they turn it into you're asleep in a machine illusion, right? And they needed that book to be the centralizing way of thinking, right? It's kind of like they were saying, use this book as Morpheus's epistemology to pitch to Neo. That's kind of what I think.
Wow, man. Yeah. That makes that makes a lot of sense in context of what we're about to get into. So I'm good to go with showing the film.
Yeah, let's do it.
Totally good to go with anything else you wanted to add on before we get this started. So
no. We don't have to have such a long night tonight.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. But yeah,
Let's
it's already 2:30 in the morning for me. Mon ami, it is what it be, and thank you all for checking out this Matrix legacy of yeah. Are we gonna get to the bottom of this rabbit hole? Is it a white rabbit, yellow rabbit, purple, whatever? Like. Anyways, bonne séance.
We went really toe to toe and saw people die. I was targeted. People still in jail. A lot of pretty gnarly stuff.
Well, then we've got the right team to talk about this stuff. Yeah, amazing.
Okay, I think we are up live. Let me just check a couple things. Yeah, I think we're good. We should be on everything but Rumble. I didn't get Rumble set up today. I was scrambling, but we're on Odyssey. We are on Be Sovereign. We are on LooshTube, Facebook, and I think that's about it. So yeah, Tom, you're going to be on multiple platforms. So what we'll do is I'll hit record. We'll fire up the podcast. Let me just get the intro. Oh, by the way, Bear, interesting little side note. I got a notification last night that there's a little bit of controversy from our last cast about
with Owen.
Oh, you heard about this? Someone
well, I just saw a headline of a video. I didn't have time to watch it, but I figured he was referring to us somehow.
Yeah, and Owen watches our streams, which is awesome. And Owen, if you're listening to this, man, we love you. I catch your streams whenever I can. You crack me up, dude. And you trigger me a lot too. So good on that, because it's hard to trigger me.
He was going taking exception. Was he taking exception with us or with our guest?
Oh, no, with Brian, with the Mandela. And, Owen I followed Owen on this a lot, and he used to be really into Mandela. Now he kind of sees it as like a memification of our memory, and that it's our own memory tricking ourselves, and that reality itself doesn't shift like that. And I tend to disagree there. And we're going to do a whole show on the metaphysics of time and waveform functionality. But he was specifically going, basically challenging Brian on the notion, on a number of things. But he brought up, and this is great. This is going to tie into our talk today because it's about a film, Field of Dreams, the Kevin Costner film, which is funny. That's the example I brought up to my wife Blakely, when I first started talking about Mandela to her back in 2017-ish. If you build it, he will come versus if you build it, they will come. And according to the first act of the script, and I totally agree with Owen, he's sitting at the table there with his family and says, I know who he is. I know who he is. It's Shoeless Joe Jackson. And I've watched this film a lot, and I do need to go revisit it, but I have a way to kind of make both camps work, right? So for Brian's point of view and Owen's point of view, because my wife said, well, Mike, wasn't it both? Wasn't it first, if you build it, he will come, and then later, if you build it, they will come? And that's how I actually remember it. And So anyways, that could be where the Mandela came in, was on the second, because the voice says it a couple times to him in the first act. I don't know.
I had a different recollection than Brian did myself, so I wasn't sure about that one.
Yeah,
because I've watched that movie so many times. It's my favorite all-time movie.
Exactly. So, another thing too is that movie just that seems to be like a parable of the Trinity, by the way, or at least the story is about the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit, which is the voice. And then when the Son finally reconciles with the Father at the end, the church, they come to church. So there's a lot of deep stuff.
Be careful, Mike. You're poking the bear there.
So anyways, let's fire this up. I thought that was interesting. And I love Brian too. I love both those guys. So it's good banter, and it's good to, we're open to anything, man. We're always exploring reality and truth here, which we're going to do with our guest today, Tom. We're going to go deep into this. So
that's what we're about, Tom, is we just like to have everybody on and, tell their story and then have a good discussion. And then more than anything, bring it into as a parallel for what's going on our planet, because our station is, really about, creating functional change in our world. So we use a lot of topics and different people just to illustrate, where we're at and where we need to go, and, try to make it fun along the way with, different events and story lives. So Tom, great to have you here today. Mike, why don't you
let me fire it up
here, and then we'll get going.
Yeah. Okay, let's do it. I'm gonna hit record for the official podcast. And boom, we're back for another episode of AlphaCast. I'm Mike Winter, and I'm here as always with Dr. Bear Paul Lando, the esteemed Dr. Bear Paul Lando, coming to you live and direct.
The superlatives are getting better every week. I like this.
Well, I was on a podcast yesterday, and I was thinking about, while doing on this podcast, like, we don't really have the Steiners and the Walter Russells and all these in this century right now, at least that I know of. And maybe you're, not to blow you up too much, but maybe you and some of our other friends are the next level of those types of luminaries. So maybe that was too much of a stretch right now. Let's redact that. Let's Mandela that. But
or reincarnations.
Yeah. That being said, today we have a wonderful guest. Tom Althouse is joining us today. I can't wait to get into this. For those that are new to AlphaCast, you can find out more about us at alphavedic.com, ALPHAVEDIC.com. And you can join our online community at t.me/Alpha Vedic. And we're also on Discord. I'm getting a little bit of, you guys hearing that? A little digital gremlin going on here in my audio.
That's because we have Tom on today. That seems to follow Tom around.
Yeah, he was having emails disappearing before we started the call. And sorry, guys, if I'm getting a little disturbance in the force there. But you can join us on Discord as well at discord.com or alphavedic.com/Discord. And we'll be getting off that platform as it seems they're censoring more and more. We will have everything going to alphavedic.com shortly as well. Besides, we'll keep Telegram going, and of course, developing Chordal more in our Q chat there with the Alpha Vedic presence on Chordal as we get more and more robust in decentralization and our sovereignty on these digital platforms. I'll be headed down south to talk at a Health Freedom for Humanity event this weekend. Looking forward to seeing a ton of Alpha Vedic peeps down there. So I'm taking off today to go meet up with Bryden and our fam down in Alpha Vedic SoCal land. I will be actually having to fly, which is going to be interesting, but I'm looking forward to that, Bear, to see your son and my homie and hanging out with them and celebrating a birthday down there and having a great time. So
just make sure to wear your burqa on the airplane.
That is a good strategy our friend Kelly pulled off, and that's a funny one. I'll be navigating that in an interesting way. I'm going to push the limits this go around and see what I can get away with in terms of the nappy, the face nappy. as our friends across the pond like to say. Okay, Tom is joining us today. Tom Althouse is joining us to substantiate his claim as the original writer of the Matrix franchise and how his work was stolen by the Dark Cabal. This is the journey of Thomas Park Althouse. He was a young writer in his 30s when he came up with a visionary movie idea. He knew right at the moment it was going to be called The Immortals. What he didn't know is that it would soon be stolen to become the Matrix movie franchise. Tom Althouse is on a mission to win back name credit for his work, The Immortals, that he pitched in full to Warner Brothers and claims to have been used to make the Matrix trilogy. After a long ordeal involving top players and a documentary in production, justice may finally be in reach, despite the powers this author is up against. In this interview, Tom will expose the Dark Cabal and their manipulation of human consciousness while stealing intellectual property and using it for massive profit in the movie Matrix series. Why do the elites in Hollywood, government, and the church want to hide the truth about the Matrix? Tom is going to share his ongoing lawsuit against Warner Brothers and his claims to have been tricked and smeared for over a decade. The abuse he alleges to have endured resembles all too well the patterns familiar to those who dare to challenge those with immense power and connections. Will Tom bring down the Matrix and the Cabal? We'll let you decide who the real architect of the Matrix really is, but we'll guide the discussion in the deeper parallels between the Matrix movie and the world that most now perceive as real, as well as those we call the parasite class who have the inability to create on their own and thus must steal from those who are connected to source to even create anything because they can't create, right, Bear? They have to literally steal our loosh. But Bear, take it away.
They're the Agent Andersons of our world here, of the Matrix that we're all living in now. So, sorry, Tom, were you finished with that, Mike?
Yeah, go ahead. Take it away.
Okay. So, Tom, so delighted to have you here. This is going to be a lot of fun. Yeah. And I don't say that lightly. I know you've been through some real real life ordeals because of this, but of course it is quite a story, and I'm sure our audience will be enthralled by what you have to say. I'd like this to evolve, if we have time today, to, use it as a discussion into the parallels into, what we're living through now. And as Mike already said, we have this Agent Anderson class, that is working in their hindbrain, and they do not have that tether to their creative self. So they need to steal, intellectual property, patents, and all sorts of things from people in order to keep their machine going and then claim credit for it. So it'll be interesting too. I know you've had quite a chain of stations being taken down. Wherever you do an interview. So we'll see if Douche Tube here gives us our final streak today, but strike rather. So let's just start from the beginning here. Because there's so much I'd like to talk to you about, and you have some overwhelming evidence there that is, I'd say, pretty hard to deny, and we'll let you present that. Now, a long time ago, there was a program called What's My Line? And for the non-geriatrics in our audience that most assuredly don't remember that show, there would be usually a panel of 3 people that would make the same claim to some intellectual property or achievement, and they would present their case, and then the audience would make up their mind. So that's what we're going to do today. I have my own ideas, but it's up to you all out there to decide for yourself. Now, we have, of course, the Wachowski brothers, or are they sisters now? I'm not sure.
They're they.
And then we have...
They're we don't know what they are.
Forgive me, Wachowskis, if I mispronounced you. And I say that with all true sarcasm. Now, we also have Sophia Stewart, who has a claim that she not only wrote The Matrix, but The Terminator all in one story. And now, Tom, you're here to make your case. So the floor is yours. If you could just, yeah, you know the timeline and you know better and how to start it off and you know lead us through the sequence of events. So I'm going to let you do that rather than try to lead with a question here. So if you could start from the beginning and take it away. And thanks again for being here. We really, really appreciate it.
No, my pleasure. Thanks for having me here too. And I think one of the questions that could be posed is, you know, whose baby is it? And when I say that, I mean, when you have the Wachowskis and Sophia Stewart, you have, if you actually are the writers, then you have an investiture invested into the piece, feelings, emotions, passions, purpose, and backstory. You have, where does these scenes come from? You have, why are they there? Why is the import? How does the story tie together? How does it flow? Where did it come from in your life? These things will not be answered by Sophia Stewart and the Wachowskis. In fact, one of the most pivotal scenes is the train station scene, I think people can agree, in the Matrix story. And in that is layered, I sent you a graphic where it actually has layers that were lifted out when the work was stolen, by the Wachowskis in particular. They lift out the images they thought were cool, simplify everything, and leave audiences to determine for themselves what it means. On their own fan page, they say, you know, the little girl at the train station is simply one line, a subplot. No, it's not. The little girl at the train station represents this author's loss of his daughter and is essential because you got to put the relationship back, just jumping ahead, of Neo with his daughter. That raises the stakes in the story. It sets up for a satisfying ending. At the end, you have a little girl from the train station is renewed to life by the earth greening from a architect or identical figure being thrown in, Smith's character, thrown into the pit. A pulse wave comes out, greening the earth, renewing her to life. You have a cutaway scene at the end of that Matrix series where she is hugging the Oracle and pointing to the sun. Now, what's interesting is if you look at articles, the Wachowskis say they wanted to keep the exact same ending, but they said everybody on set said blow up the Matrix to end it. Why? Because what they were doing was they were making up as they went along. With this script in hand, we now have the fight choreographer telling us, my work. That's a specialist and the supervising director of the Copyright Office with the title. And there's the date, 1998, December, right before they shoot it. This was in hand on the set as they made it up, as they went along, with a visual storyboard that lifted every one of these scenes out that match up into a visual storyboard to simplify it so they could take credit for first claimant for that work, for that image, that idea. And so that's really what it was about, how to steal it, how to launder it. And so what you have is the train station scene. Let's just top that and I'll go back. That train station scene actually has the liquid mirrors. If you take the pill, you can pass through them. There's security devices at the train station. They lift that out into a scene where Morpheus has Neo put his hand through. You have the little girl at the train station with a family pushing her forward to put her in the life and the program where they can't follow. That is also there, but it's supposed to be a crowded scene. They were cheapening the budget. So they went into a static scene with just a rich Indian family. It's supposed to be crowds of people pushing their kids forward for Neo to take into the program when he passes through the liquid mirror since he's on the program with the pill. You also have the idea of a Trinity rescuing him from the train station with a kiss to distract the guard. That is in the original piece also in a separate train station. What they did was they put the two train station scenes together, save time, save budget, as they made up as they went along. In the other one, he's cut from the program. He cannot pass through the mirrors. That's how he's trapped. Not that run down the corridor and come back again like an Escher print, which doesn't make any sense. He is dragged, brought through the mirrors by Trinity, kissing, distracting the guard, and part of his clothing is actually cut off. That's what it's supposed to be. So these different layers are in there, lifted out to simplify them, to get credit for the work. That's how the Wachowskis did it, first credit. That's why you have a visual storyboard. The 600-page storyboard is done to mechanize that, to make it happen. In fact, in other ripoffs, you have Matt Damon said in, I think it was Elysium, he was only shown a visual storyboard. He wasn't shown a script. And same with the first pick for Neo, which I think was our wonderful Afro-American friend actor who does a great job. He was shown a visual storyboard. That's why he turned down the role. He wasn't even shown a script. So all he did was talk about, you're gonna have some cool scenes.
Wait, who was that?
That was, I'm trying to think of his name. Who's the guy Gray from Independence Day? The great actor from Independence Day.
Oh, Will Smith?
Yeah, he was offered Neo.
Oh, that's right. I've heard that.
So he turned it down because they didn't have a script to show him. They just talked about how you're gonna have cool scenes. The Wachowskis were too lazy to write it all down. So what they did was they had a 20-foot rule on set People that are fans of the work would know. And I'm now told by the fight choreographer, one of them is Paul Martin, that this was on set in hand. The other hand is visual storyboard. They made it up as they went along, and just like they did as Matrix 4, just like they did. At the end of the shooting, they write down what they wrote, what they said, the actors said, and that's where the script comes from after the fact, after it's shot. And that's what's so interesting is the 20-foot rule, even the A actors weren't allowed within 20 feet of the script. Otherwise, you're fired. Now it's common knowledge that this script was used on set. It's the one that precedes it. It's the one that was pitched to Bonaventura. Bonaventura still claims he shepherded and discovered the Matrix story, not Joe Silver. And who is Bonaventura? The exec at Warner Brothers has a penchant for saving the careers of failed writers. Sounds familiar? And so what happens is this man is the one I pitched it to in New York. After the pitch session, he actually went to a bank and bragged that they had a revolutionary new script he has. He gave directions to James Boyd of Norfolk to submit it, to submit the script and get it to Warner Brothers. And what would happen was he would push it through to meet protocols. Here's the affidavit of James Boyd. He did submit it in full. And on the other page, you see, it's notarized. I know you can't read this fast, so I'm just gonna hold it up. What's interesting is he has on file still the receipt, tracking number, the letter, June 25th, 1993. The Wachowskis now claim that sometime in 1993 they came up with it. They claim they have notebooks that are handwritten, but they say they only have the 1 pages from it, or typewritten. And they claim they only have 1 page left now. They don't know where they are. The Warner Brothers.
So Tom?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. You have all these on your site.
Yeah.
So that people can go, really study them. Could you maybe tell us what your site is, and then continue on?
No, please do, and please interrupt anytime, because I'll get there's a passion with me for this work, and I will get rolling. And it's like, to have a voice, I'm so grateful, because there's been so much interruption, so much sites being struck. They do not want this out, because this could turn the tables on the world. It could change things around, and they don't want their power. Basically their power transversing to somebody else.
And I want to go deeper into that. What are the grand ramifications of this, besides just you're trying to claim your property, which is important as well?
Yeah.
But there are grander ramifications big time. It's like a purple wave that's going to change this world, wash away, invert the pyramid back up where the people on top should belong. And so the ones that actually should be on top. So what I want to say too is that anybody worth their salt is going to approach this with skepticism. They're going to go, no way. There's going to be plenty of shills. They're going to guide them and say, this is BS. But when you actually look at some of the initial hard-hitting meat and potato graphics that are actually done by the Wachowskis and placed into the films themselves, we start to get the idea that there's something here. And I want to address, since you said, the redpillrising.org, redpillrising.org is the website. Now, sometimes you can't access that site. They'll tell you all kinds of things to try to keep you away from it. There's a PayPal on there. A lot of times people can't even get on the PayPal. But on that, should you get there, you'll see the first graphic that was done in the Matrix. Now, this is very important. The Wachowskis said that everything that was in the Matrix story, any cell they put in, was by them equally, Larry and Andy, and all the assortment of names they come up with now. So all they did was put in by their doing, and it's right here in their own article, Smoking Gun. So I don't know if you can read that, but the thing is that they're saying that every cell that went into the Matrix story, every piece of information is for their eyes only, basically. Audiences can figure out for themselves, and that is equally by Andy and Larry. Now, what's interesting, they get caught with their pants down, because the first graphic in all this information they stuck in there to be clever, and that's what's important to them, to be clever, is a graphic, the initial one at the interrogation scene. That interrogation scene graphic is very important because it has on it a bunch of material, a rap sheet on Neo, if you will. Interesting enough, Neo has 2 names. Neo is not just Neo. Very interesting to throw 2 names for a character into a film. That can confuse an audience. But they do it on purpose because they want to put in Thomas A. So Neo is actually Thomas A. Yeah, that's me. And they say Anderson. Well, Anderson is my Scottish clan name. Then on that same graphic that's frozen for a split second in the Matrix, in the interrogation scene, you see July 22nd. What's interesting is, guys, July 22nd is what my birthday was listed on records in 1996.
So in 1999, if you were to look up Tom Althouse, his birthday would be listed as July 22nd. Now something interesting happens. Those records are corrected in 2003 to the actual birthday. So they stick it in Animatrix on the clock that fills the screen. 7/2/59, one before the 60. What are the chances of having your exact birthday, day, month, year, on a clock filling the screen when the industry, as you know, Bear, usually went to 10 after 10, the smiling hands, as a go-to default for numbers, clocks. So there it is again, the exact birthday of mine being corrected. So the graphic in 1999 in the Matrix, the first graphic that you put in, has July 22nd, my birthday as it was in records at that time. And then in 2003, exactly on the clock, which is an expensive graphic to make, 7/2/59. Now
and that's
notice
on an that's on an animated Animatrix. What was that one again?
Detective story in Animatrix, the little shorts they did while they shot 2 and 3 in 2003, and they did the Animatrix at the same time. Why? Why would you shoot 2 and 3 and the Animatrix at the same time? Well, I just contacted them. They got hold of my revised script at that time, and they went ahead, rushed ahead. They were actually working on Matrix 2, which failed badly. In it, they had Greg as a Smith-operated clone, basically, of Neo, Thomas A. Thomas A. and Greg are the ones that worked on the battle sequences, my friend Greg and I. So what they did was they made us opposed to each other when I had submitted the work saying Greg worked with me on this. So they put Greg in their piece they're working on. Then they scrapped it. Yeah, they scrapped the project, and they didn't do Matrix 2 the way they were designing it because it was failing badly. Besides having the Smiths working to craft a new Neo to work against him named Gregory, they have it opening with Neo on a motorcycle, which dissolves and falls to pieces as he's riding along, trying to be cool, doesn't fade the story. So they scrap it, get behind budget shooting, and Bear would know that's a bad no-no to get behind the budget shooting timing and schedule, and go to my script. It's held in hand. So what you have then is, while this goes up in the detective story, you actually have Tom Park Althouse across the screen in that same detective story. They changed the antique antique shop to antique house to make house for Althouse. Then they have across the screen TOM PARK. Very clever the way they did that. They used Mopar in the center of the screen in the graphic, and they put a little etched ghosty K on it. And so therefore, one way, reverse it, it says Tom with Mopar attached. And then the other way says Park with Mopar attached. Right in the middle with Tom Park Althouse. Very clever, reversed mirror image, all lines up perfectly for my name. That on top of my exact birthday on the clock. That 4 past the 4 on the red, I was 44 in 2003 on the red. So this is
are they just rubbing your face in it, or is this just their way of admitting the truth because they have to?
That's
or
a great
both.
question, Bear.
Or is it dark magic?
Yeah, exactly. I think you actually have that, Mike, and that's a great question, Bear, because what's going on is it's still left open. Now, I was contacted by a story department person, a man. He wanted to remain anonymous. I would never have known this was here, that the original Matrix graphic, that my birthday as it was in 1996 was there, my name and more that I'll go into in a second, was all there, unless he had called me and told me. He said, they hate you, they don't understand your work, they ripped you off. It's common knowledge throughout the industry, they took your work. Nobody really likes them, they're arrogant, and they're being groomed to be like, they're just playful frat boys. But actually, they're not liked. They're super arrogant, they're rude to everybody on set. They don't care about your work, they don't understand your work, they're simply using it as a, quote, ladder for Larry to save his life and become important. It's interesting, just a side note here, De Laurentiis wined and dined the Wachowskis. After they failed at their painting business, dropped out of school, all they had was Carnivore and Plastic Man to pitch, and they're still pitching it, nobody wants it. Why is De Laurentiis wining and dining them and taking them to dinner and promising them starlets, beautiful starlets, fame, fortune, money? Why? Why are you recruiting them out of all the possible potential good writers in this country, in the world? Why are you recruiting them and promising them all these things? Because they need somebody in-house, brought in-house to claim the work, to keep the work in-house. That's why. Now, why did they stick it in there? Like Bear said, and I'm going to go along with you, Mike, on part of your answer, is that they wanted to work a thing where it's like, we are clever, we're one-upping the author. They felt dumb because they didn't understand the work. They hate the author because they don't understand the work. So they want to feel smarter than the author. So stick the things in that the author will never see unless he's told in for a split second upside down. And in fact, Susan Bolgen, the graphic designer, said anything in for a split second in her article is for the Wachowskis' eyes only to keep the project interesting. They didn't like the work. They didn't like it at all. They hated it. And they didn't think they'd have to do a 2 and a 3. That's why that's why the script was just basically, they said they keep the exact seams. So here you have, let's go to the back of the original graphic and I'll send it over to you guys again. Sorry for talking fast. My mind works very quickly. And that's how I write.
No, this is great.
So
this
yeah,
is great.
Everybody's losing
A lot of
me.
information to get in on a short time.
Yeah, in my mind, that's how my mind works. Like boom, 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 fires off like a rocket. But not like, I know you guys understand that. Thank you. So what happened is in the original graphic, you have not only that July 22nd, which is very telling. They correct it later on the clock face. Like I said, just hold it up. They don't like this. So you have that, and you have my high school. What? My high school on top of it? Susanna Bolgen, who I said was the graphic designer, said they layer the information to get by. Why? To get by the story department. I'm sorry. It checks content, not story department. The clearance department. So the clearance department is actually part of the studios. You probably know Bear, where they have to filter everything through. So to get by them and make their jokes stick, it was supposed to be a joke on me, right? And this is being put in before it's out. So they layer stuff. What they put in that's layered. My name, my Scottish clan name, my dad's name, John A. as Neo's dad. In the column, it says TA 4099. TA was 40 and 99. Larry was obsessed by the age. And something also really huge, my high school. Central West High. Why is Central West High Neo's junior high? See, that's tweaking it. It's supposed to be tweaked. That's not much of a tweak. So Central West High, my alma mater, that's my diploma right there. That's my diploma. Why is that Neo's? Why is that Neo's? You already stuck my name, my Scottish clan name, my birthday as it was wrong in the records at the time, my dad's name in the column TA 4099. Yeah, TA was 4099 in 99. Why go so far, Wachowskis? Because it's, as Susanna Bolgen said, in for a split second upside down. And at that time, it was all videos at the time, VHS. No one can freeze frame that. If you look at the actual graphic, you only get a split second to freeze it, just like they said. Upside down gives a little more insurance, I guess. So that's what's going on. They stuck it in there. They rub it in the face. They're trying to be clever. They hate the work. It was only to save their career. What was Bonaventura's penchant? His penchant was to save the career of failed writers. What did the Wachowskis say in an article? And I'll say this breath and I'll pass it back to you for a moment. They said in an article in 95 that they were washed up as writers. They wouldn't be able to succeed. They'd have to pack their bags because they failed as writers in Hollywood. And how the hell did they come with this they claimed in 93 they created it? The screenplay for The Matrix, they held that back. They were given an audition piece after they failed at Assassins. Assassins, who's on the copyright for Assassins? Let's take a moment and look. On the copyright of Assassins, you're going to find, lo and behold, Larry and Andy Wachowski. This is from the Copyright Office. Larry and Andy Wachowski are with Dino Laurentiis, Paradise Films, Dino Laurentiis. Dino Laurentiis, there's the man that wined and dined him, under Assassins, the title Assassins. All right, so they failed. Another writer had been brought in to finish it. This made the Wachowskis furious. They have high egos. They were set to be tied. So they go all the way to the Writers Guild, and what happens is if people check this trail, they'll see the Writers Guild say you got to keep your name credit on it, you can't take it off. They didn't want to. They were embarrassed about another writer finishing it. So Joel Silver steps forward to save the day. Joel Silver, according to Teresa Wayne at the story department, entered the Matrix or Immortals story by himself, sans Wachowskis, in 1994. No Wachowskis. In fact, Thea Bloom said the only time the Wachowskis get involved with Matrix is 1996. And so what happens is Joel Silver's holding it, looking for someone to give it to, while the suits are looking for candidates too. Wendy Wasserstein, I think it was the one that they were going to give it to. A famous Jewish playwright was going to suddenly take credit for the Matrix story. That was first pick. Wachowskis lost it. So what does Joel Silver do to please the suits? And this is the facts. They give him bound. They give him bound. So if they can prove they can at least direct, then they'll be given bound. What did the Wachowskis say in an article just preceding that? The author says, I got this exclusive interview with Wachowskis, and he goes, "What's next?" Right after Assassins, and they go, "Well, we're hoping to do Plastic Man and Carnivores," right in the text and the copy, and then there's a pause written in with brackets, pause, and it says, "We're hoping to be given the Science Project," not hoping to be given Matrix. And why are you going to be given it? Because that's exactly what's going on. So Joel Silver gives them Bound to do as a what? Audition piece. Wachowski's trying to backtrack on that now. Audition piece. I think fans know that very well. Who's the lead character's name? Mike, you might like this. Who's the lead character's name representing Larry in Bound? Violet. Well, that doesn't raise hairs yet.
What is Bound again?
Bound is about two girls that are going to get naked over a bottle of gin that
They
are
get tied up or something.
Yeah, tied up and fight and whatever, and have sexual relations. Basically, is the Wachowski's brilliant minds. If you look at the thing on Bound on YouTube, you'll see Bound interview Bound or talks by Wachowski's on YouTube. Watch them talk. They go like this. Well, we thought that we would have a sexy protagonist, and people wanted to tell us what to do, basically, as they're saying. They go like, we have a symbiotic relationship, Andy and I. That's how they talk.
What drugs. Are they? Are they even human?
I don't even know. I don't even know. Seriously. And so what happens is they do Bound, but I'm telling you, Mike, get this, and Bear too. The name Violet for the main character is important because that's my grandmother's name, Violet. So the thing is, they just keep hammering it home, don't they? Egg in the face, egg in the face. So here you have, let's follow this thread real quick and I'll pass it over. We have Dino Laurentiis clearly there, Paradise Films, his company, Wachowski's on Assassins. Now what happens with my title? Well, take a look. When it comes to my title, where's the piece? You have a piece here, I can't find the sheet right now. The sheet, where is it? Where you have Dino Laurentiis listed on the Immortals title without, I can't find the sheet right now, but here's a second copy. He changed his name off it when I came forward in 1996 to submit again. You have Immortals title under different players. Now, initially, just before this one, it's Dino Laurentiis, Paradise Films, sans Wachowski's, no Wachowski's, just him. And so that's really, really important that they put it under Dino Laurentiis, my actual title. Then what happens is, sorry, I couldn't find that sheet. It's on my site, the redpillrising.org, that actual sheet with Dino Laurentiis and Paradise Films and Dino Laurentiis pictures under Immortals title. Then you have him switch from Immortals under Immortals title. You have him switch off when I've come forward and resubmitted to the biggest investment firms in our world. So the question, Mike and Bear, is why would investment firms claim creative content? Why would they claim they created content? Well, if investment firms are savvy enough to write film screenplays that are blockbusters, they've got it made. Not only have they written great work, they can now send it out to anybody. Anybody who wants to take a take on it can get a lot of money from them that are going to owe them back for. So the people that are going to steal it feel safe to take it because the investment firms claim ownership and creation. And the investment firms make a profit every time they give it out to be stolen. So it's a racket. Investment firms don't create content. They don't. And that's what's on that copyright. And if you'll notice, on that copyright, there's no body of work, just my title. And under it, subtitles. 346 plus the Army of Darkness, which they wanted most forward. So what you have is slots created at the Copyright Office under all these bogus titles, which the Wachowskis were supposed to pick one of them when they were given the green light for the work. And they did not, because they wanted to slap the face of Warner Brothers for bringing other writers in to finish Assassins. So they don't take a title off those 347 options, which means now Warner Brothers butts in the wind. Now we can track them because there is no copyright on the Matrix title. Warner Brothers wouldn't let that happen because they didn't take off the list that they had copyrighted, which you can't copyright titles, but they did. See how big it gets? Do you see how big it gets?
Yeah.
Okay,
so a lot of information coming at us, right, Tom? I want to slow it down a little bit if we can.
Yeah.
So we can really kind of take it all in because
Sure.
I love it. It's the fast firing here of info. But to step back a little bit to all of the little teasers they put in related to your life and your name and everything. Could it be that this is kind of what in their twisted rules of their karmic rules that they have to put this out? We talk about this a lot with, what they use films for is to put out these little reality breakdowns and how they're manipulating us and how we are I guess in their minds, opting in a weird way by engaging in it and accepting it. And it's kind of like Bear and I have talked about this a lot. It's kind of like their karmic rules they have to live by, or that we all have to live by. You think that might have something to do a little bit with that and trying to, I guess, substantiate their own stealing of your information? They think, well, we're giving you credit in our weird way by putting all your name and information in there. I don't know. I'm just thinking in terms of how the magic works, Bear.
Absolutely.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's also their get out of karma free card, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is what you just said, I know.
Yeah. And I'll give you a short response too. We'll do an interplay now instead of me just taking the floor because I want to hear your guys' thoughts too. It's like, also it's a one-up on Warner Brothers. It's a one-up. And you're right about the karmic card and everything else and having they want to have power over the source. They want to have power over the source. So they take control of the source by being more clever than the source. And so they would do that. They name it and claim it. Basically, I think is part of this deal too. Like you said, the magic wielding. And also they want to have one up on Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers did the worst thing. They're never going to forget it by bringing another writer in to finish Assassins, that they had to go on on the articles and say, we failed as writers. For them to say that with the egos that are size of Manhattan they had to be quite upset to go that far, to publicly say that we failed as writers and have to pack our bags unless we're given something to direct. They're trying to force the hands of Warner Brothers. To have that information in there, they have a one-up on Warner Brothers. If you, Warner Brothers, screw us again, we will let it be known that the author's information's all through here. Yeah. That you did it, you made us do this. It's your fault. It's your fault. I think we could stretch it that far that there's sort of a, we got a one-up on you guys play. But Warner Brothers did a one-up on them. You got to become transgender. Andy did not want to become a transgender. He did not. But that's the price you're going to pay, Andy. If you're getting all these rewards, beautiful women, money, and as Gino Wrench has promised over his dinner, then you're going to pay a price too for not behaving yourself and lashing out when we had to bring another writer in because you guys were so bad at writing.
Wow.
So
this is a fascinating topic. I mean, this is in itself an entire podcast, is talking about the pushing of the trans agenda, because of course that directly links into transhumanism, which we know is the goal to move us into this digital AI realm and away from spirit, disconnect us from spirit. That's what we're all talking about here. The creative ability of spirit to do what we're meant to do here, and how they have disconnected from that. So they want us all to be in that same prison. And so look at what's happening. They literally went transgender. It's both. Like, how weird is that? Two brothers are both trans. And I was just looking at pictures of them on IMDb, and good God, good God, what is going on there? This is wacky world. Talk about clown world, Bear.
Yeah.
I mean, so bizarre.
Think of what Andy said. Andy was asked, you're happy now, right? Basically paraphrasing it. You're happy now, right? He was asked on the air. And he goes, not really, no. He didn't want to become a woman. And any lady out there knows, or let's talk about a guy who's going to be transvestite or something like that. Like, look at Eddie Izzard, one of my favorite comedians of all time. One of my favorite comedians. He is so good at callback and interlaying and playback on, connecting topics. Love his stuff. But he says too, we dress perfectly. We have makeup on perfectly. He's talking about it, right? Great. Does Andy? Andy doesn't look like he looked like he slapped a dress on and slapped a on like he's out of a James Bond movie where the widow's beating him with a fire iron. It's like he's not looking like he really wants to be that. He's not going into what's the fun for him? If he's going to be a transgender, what's the draw for him? Certain not putting on the makeup and looking pretty. So he is not liking his role. And that transgender thing, guys, actually comes from the screenplay, The Immortals. In here, what you have is that idea of genderless females, which if there was more time, we go into the Ghost in the Shell, how they used Ghost in the Shell in 1994 to launder all these images through a Japanese director. So they would say they have viable source material. In 1994, I submitted in 1993, guys. That's where the
Ghost
battle.
in the Shell, interesting. I'm very familiar with that.
So
well.
So that's where Tom, they put genderless females, genderless people in Jackson Neck. Go ahead, Bear.
I was just going to ask, are you going to go into your legal process at all? And I know that could be very time consuming. And you already mentioned how certain financial institutions were staking claim, but then they aren't allowed to. But, that's a very tried and proven technique that agencies and judicial entities use. You know, they do things that they're not supposed to do. And then they do the shell game between each other so that it's hard to pin the culpability on any particular party. Exactly. I've found myself in the middle of that game with different agencies myself. And but anyway, if you could just maybe share a little bit of your deal with that.
Can I say one thing? One great comment here about the makeup, EW in the chat. Makeup is toxins. It's punishment. Your pores can't breathe. It's like cellular nappies.
It's like Goldfinger, or I think it was Goldfinger.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's like they are flogging themselves with their own occult misery.
That's right. That's right. And I did find the sheet, by the way, not to digress. I just want to show you. Here's the Immortals title. Remember De Laurentiis, Paradise Films with the Wachowskis on Assassins? There's my title, The Immortals. There's all the subtitles to create slots in the Copyright Office. The Wachowskis are supposed to choose one if they're selected. Look who's under it. De Laurentiis, Paradise Films, De Laurentiis Pictures, and the investment firm. So that then changes to just the investment firms. But there it is, right there. What could be more telling? The Immortals title, all the subtitles, no body of work, just titles, under the man who's going to rip it off. So that shows us that De Laurentiis wasn't sure if the Wachowskis were going to be picked at that time. That's 1995, 96. He wasn't sure if he was going to pick the Wachowskis.
Could you give us a little background on De Laurentiis? Because I know that's a family. I know it's funny, having watched Food Network back in the day. I think even Giada was maybe the daughter or something. You know, she was I don't know if they're connected, but there's an entertainment group. What is De Laurentiis? When you mention that, is that a fashion designer? I'm trying to remember what that is.
De Laurentiis was the Italian producer who was connected to Warner Brothers and had his own films, his own companies like Paradise Films, like you just saw, and De Laurentiis Pictures. He's died now, but his wife has taken it over. And so him and Bonaventure are main players in the ripoff of the Matrix trilogy. Joel Silver, they're claiming that Joel Silver has nothing to do with the Matrix. Like, really? Their attorney said nothing to do with it. Mute point to involve him at all. It's like Joel Silver owns the franchise with the Wachowskis. He even says produced by Joel Silver, executive producer. They're trying to argue he has nothing to do with it. They're trying to shield Joel Silver. So what they do is they provide their own attorneys to make sure your case is thrown. And one of the things they do with those attorneys, let's answer Bear's question here. How to throw a case right off the bat? Have the attorney they provide you not eligible to practice law. See it? Not eligible to practice law. And who shows up? Tony Rankin. Who's Tony Rankin? Classmates with the attorneys representing Warner Brothers, and not the sharpest tool in the shed. So what happens is he throws every deadline. You may know this one, Bear. It comes time for a deadline. He disappears, can't be reached by phone, anything until that deadline is missed. As soon as the day after the deadline's missed and statutes are lost, he shows up. Oh, I guess we can't do it now after 3 months of absence. We never had a day in court. We never did. Now, their talking point is you lost your case. It's all over the net. Lost your case, only negative stuff. We never got to it. What happened was they threw the case by a guy who's not eligible to practice. He ran out the deadlines. When it was time to file, he filed pro per after he missed the deadline to file and then said, we're guilty for making false claims because we didn't file in time. He took 2 years, 2.5 years and chewed it up. And then what happens is he doesn't serve the defendants in time, case thrown again, 3 times thrown. 3 times thrown. I'm so sick of their talking point, you lost your case. They railroaded it completely. It was worse than Breaker Morant times 10. So what you have then is after he throws it, get this, after he throws the case, doesn't serve the defendants, I say I need to talk to the judge. You will not talk to the judge. You will not talk to the judge is the response. Now get this. They stipulate that Rankin, Tony Rankin, can file my case, it's already thrown, that the defendants agree, their attorneys say you can stipulate. Why would you stipulate that you can file the case when you just already won through illegitimate means? Why? Right, Bear? Why? So they stipulate. And who is it that reinstates Rankin's license since it's been unlicensed since 1982? He had the audacity to send an email on the day he filed. Past the deadline, it's too late anyway, saying, oh, I forgot, I'll have to tell you something. Then he sends an email, which we have, that says, oh, I forgot my license was expired. What? How could you forget for decades that your license was expired when you're practicing law in California? Right? Huh? So it gets worse and worse and worse on this cover-up and what they do. But it is the opposing firm, his classmates, Linda Burrow and Caldwell Leslie and Proctor and Arwen Johnson, and this other guy, Kurt Bessinger, who stipulate that Rankin, or they go to bat for him and say Rankin's license should be reinstated. They're rejected by the courts. They try again and get it in. It's one big team. It's one big team. But you want to hear one of the good things in all this? They have a deposition with me that lasts 7.5 hours. And in that, they alter evidence. They do incredible things. And at the end of it is most telling. Tony Rankin, had a tape recorder that matches mine. He takes my tape recorder, turns it off, because I didn't know if I could tape or not. He said no. Puts it in his pocket, keeps his on. He records everything illegally. I didn't realize that was illegal in California. He knows, even though his license was ineligible for so long. He tapes everything from sessions to lunch to inner parties talking secretly, and gives me back the wrong tape recorder. So I get back the tape recorder that matches his. I get his with everything on it. And on that tape recorder, he's asking the question just to cover his own ass, his butt, sorry. He says, what about those long-awaited initial disclosures? Wait, we haven't had initial disclosures for what, 9 months now? I think that's part of the due process, right? You're supposed to have initial disclosures. Evidence given by the other side. No. Here's the response. Well, it's a moot point to ask for disclosures of any kind because there is no working drafts or evidence at all. There's no working drafts at all. There is none. How in the hell did you write The Matrix and produce it and film it without drafts, without scripts? How did you do it? And their own attorney that was supplied slipped and said, yeah, they used your script on set, Tom. In fact,
Wow.
in that deposition, the attorney, Linda Burrow, who's a transgender firm, of course, said, yeah, it's all set up, isn't it? That's why whenever you hear the comments, he lost his case, and they do a little link, that's their thing to do now. Think of this. There hasn't been the day yet. It's all fraud, which means no statute of limitations. We're coming back. And so what happens is Linda Burrow actually slips in the deposition and says, given the fact that you wrote The Matrix, just strike that. They can't even hold their lies back.
Unbelievable, Bear. This is an amazing story.
Yeah. I mean, it is unbelievable, but not surprising at all to me.
Not at all.
Not to take you off track. There's so many questions I have. One, before I forget though, is we have one more panelist on my what's my line thing here, and that's Sophia Stewart. I'm starting to suspect, what is she, some kind of controlled opposition that was put out there just to muddle the waters even more, or what's her role in all this?
Very important question. Great question, Bear. Very important. She is, her number one, explain it to me. Nicholas Jackson is her number one. She called it her lieutenant. She likes to think that all her fans and all this stuff, in fact, when she approached me after things first came forward, she called me. Had her guy on the phone, Nicholas Jackson, saying, Sophia wants to talk to you. And you hear in the background on the tape, is that Tom Althouse? Is that Tom Althouse? And she gets on and says, you're the missing link. Your life is over as you know it. Now you're a celebrity and you have to claim 2 and 3. I'm Matrix 1. Now, why is she saying that? Because she's working for Tony Rankin and Warner Brothers. The reason she's put in place is she's supposed to be a plausible first claimant. That's supposed to make audiences go, we've heard this before. That's just another one coming forward. No way. The guys that are girls and guys that actually are the original source material writers, they're usually the last to know. We're usually the last to know. And we only find out because we're informed. And that's after they've already played their cards, like the Art of War. They've already set forward their claimant to make people not want to look anymore. So that's what she was. And where'd she come from? USC. What they do is they take D players, not to be insulting, I'm just saying this is what I've been told by the White Hats too. There's A players and D players. A players can make it on their own auspices through the industry. They can make it on their own merits and talents. D players can't. So D players are very important in the gristmill in Hollywood. D players are used then to be internal claimants to steal work. A players make it on their own. So D players are brought in to claim work to keep it in-house. Sophia Stewart was that character. Nicholas Jackson goes so far to say that she was an in-house witch. I'm actually saying what he said. It's on the phone. In-house witch that was supposed to bring me down. And boy, was she a handler for me. I've had so many calls from Sophia Stewart mocking me about the death of my sons, the murders of my sons, the 2 sons that were killed, mocking me, saying it's my fault because I was in a cult, she said. She also says whatever talking points they want, she will laugh, she will mock, she even did this sing-song voice going, I've got the letter, I've got the letter. That's how juvenile she's been. So she is supposed to bring me down and bring people to believe that she won a case she didn't. Her screenplay is really, or her book, The Third Eye, is 30 pages, basically. She calls it her manuscript. It's not a screenplay. And what it is basically a mix of the Bible and Star Wars. A gentleman did a really good review of it online, and Nicholas Jackson actually gave me that link. And online, Nicholas Jackson told me that she hates you. She was assigned to you from the beginning to bring you down and has trashed you from go. And that's her job. Now, what's interesting is Sophia Stewart made a statement which made her unusable for Warner Bros. At the moment. She said that she has a trademark and claim of Matrix, the Matrix trademark. Why would you even do that? You didn't write the title. I'll give the credit that the Wachowski's title, they chose Matrix off all those titles, away from it. They did that. That's one thing they did do. So she claims the trademark for Matrix, it's her name or title. No, it doesn't work. But since Matrix 4 came forward, she lost face. They can no longer use her as a claimant much anymore because, well, Matrix 4 came forward. She didn't claim it. She couldn't stop him. She said she would. So she's been knocked out of the playing field.
So where is Hollywood going with all this? I mean, like the rest of the cabal, that really appears that they've shot themselves in the foot too many times. I mean, the industry is going downhill. Most of us, myself anyway, I can't even look at movies with certain actors in them, and they're all, the whole operation is captured. So are they just done? Is it, like right now we're on alternative media right now, and more people are watching things like what we're putting on than the legacy media. So where do you see this? Where's it going?
I love that question, Bear. That's a multi-layered one. I love it. I'll try to nutshell these. It's a great question. It's trying to reinvent itself is really the short answer. They're trying to reinvent themselves. And basically what they're doing now is they're trying to dole out rewards to placate and make egos satiated. Steven Spielberg is going through they even call him Steven Spielberg in the industry, is going through a whole PR thing of lifting him up as some wonderful treasure of the nation. And that's going on heavily right now for a reason, because Spielberg could spill it. And same thing with Michael Eisner from Disney. He's trying to cover his butt with Mike Lang and Harvey Weinstein. And when there's time, sometime we'll talk about Mike Lang and my honeypot wife, who was put in place, that she went back to him on my birthday. Mike Lang, Miramax Films. Disney was the one that started the whole intellectual process ball rolling ripoff of it, and made it into a whole intellectual process. And Mike Lang's was Harvey Weinstein's boss. Film Tracks, Miramax Films was all about laundering what they call the Disney Library. The Disney Library, in a Vanity Fair article, shows that it's actually a New Jersey warehouse. It sounds pretty shady. With hard copy scripts in the early 90s. That's exactly what this is. Early 90s, can't get much earlier than that. And in there is all these scripts they want to own, they don't. And the strategy has boiled down to Mike Lang's strategy, came in place in 1993 when I submitted, that he is going to wait for authors to die, and then they, through their connections in the court, get the work under their names and get it that way. So that's as deadly as it sounds, as crazy as it sounds, that's what they do. They want the authors to commit suicide from being destroyed, quote. And I have contacts telling me all the time. But now, guys, I'm being told that when I tape this, actually a contact calling me, saying that, connected to Disney, saying that you've won the chess game. You have the power now, and they're afraid of your power. And I'm like, what? You did interviews. And just like you pointed out, Mike, in the beginning, how many interviews have been disrupted? Go to the site and see how many have been blacked out. And Sophia Stewart actually called and said when Red Pill 78's site was struck, Sarah Westall's was struck, Michael Yako's was struck. We had like 178,000 views in a week, and people were getting it. Red Pill, all kinds of stuff coming in, and they were struck. Who calls me that very day they're struck? Sophia Stewart, to say their sites are struck. She called to gloat and make it clear. They want to exercise their power. Their flaw is ego. But Hollywood is reinventing itself. But some have made a very bad error of exposing the trail. It's almost like that old school movie, Fight Club, where what's the rule in Fight Club? We all know the rule in Fight Club. So what happens is Mike Lang broke it. Mike Lang took the honeypot wife to his place on my birthday, sent an email, and we have the email with a shaving kit on a bed and the big L outside, Lang's on Howard, on Spokane, Washington Playground in Hollywood, saying, Becca, move in with me for 60 days, ? And she did. She left her son, left me, and went to Mike Lang. Called his assets back in for instant success in Spokane, Washington.
When was this, Tom?
That was in 2016. It left a trail right back to Disney and Eisner, and he broke the rule. You don't talk about Fight Club. You don't reveal the trail. He did. Now, what's interesting, it goes much deeper. Mike Lang has a double. So I'm not saying cloned. I'm saying Mike Lang has a Mike Lang connected to Disney.
Reality is stranger than fiction. I'll tell you this.
It is. They want to craft. They're bored. What really comes down to, they're bored. They want to stimulate their lives. They want to make life more interesting. So they latch on to certain parties that are actually creative to make that happen. Throw us, as they say, throw us into our own films. They are trying to play God and goddess. And that's what they do. And they play with your lives, supply you wives, kill your children, whatever, to basically bleed the bear and have your material. Now the talk is, I've had paparazzi telling me that there are dangerous people in Hollywood that are on for you, Tom, and working to change and reinvent Hollywood to a new Hollywood. So apparently I'm supposed to be unveiled in the new Hollywood and rights returned. That's what they're talking about. So you're talking about factions that don't always agree. When we came forward and started talking, when my team came forward and started talking about what was actually going on with Disney after Mike Lang, thank God, he told us, and a contact said he did it for his ego. He wanted to be better than the writer. He has his wife in bed. Big deal, take her, put it back on her head, you can have her. But the thing is that the reason they're doing that is ego. It sends the trail back. Then Disney had to do a clearinghouse thing. Fox got nervous. MGM got nervous. Everybody got nervous all of a sudden. You'll start to see a slew of sellout back to the mothership, Disney, who started all this intellectual property stuff. You can almost hear them at the boardroom going, it's going to be okay. It'll be all right. They'll never get away with it. They'll never be able to do anything about it. And if they sue, we'll just settle with them and they'll be fine if they survive our gauntlet of hell. But the thing is that actually, and they call it good business, actually the transactions were so quick. Like I think it was MGM or it was Fox or whatever, sold out to Disney, back to Disney for like a 10-minute transaction. Half was cash, half was credit. But they were trying to get free of dirty hands because all the studios were drunk on this particular piece right here. That's what I'm told. And that's why you have the copyright, guys, with the just the title, no body of work, with all the titles to create slots to steal it when I'm dead. I didn't die. I've been hauled off many times on 302s, which is suspected of going to commit mass murder, right? And you just have to be suspected. Now, let me entertain you a moment with this and I'll send it back over to you guys. Do you guys have share screen?
I can give you ability to share screen.
You want to see this. You want to see this. I think Bear will like this too.
And I think one thing too we should get into is, well, one, how long have you been at this fight? Since 1999?
I would call it more like how I've been trying to survive and keep my last son alive. Fight, it's more like I was on a soccer field tied to the stake without allowed to play and they're blowing the whistle and scoring balls because I'm not allowed to even move a muscle. So
it's more like you're in Afghanistan, you're buried to your head in the ground and they're throwing rocks at you.
Right and left. It's Smith versus Smith. And so what's going to happen is the fight's coming. The fight's coming. The documentary is going to open that door. But I want to show you this graphic, though. I think you're going to like this. I want to show you something where Spielberg is the main player in this with Disney. Spielberg and Disney. That's why they're giving.
Well, we know Spielberg has the creepiest ties to, I'll say it, pedo stuff. Yeah. He always has young boys featured in his screenplays. The whole thing with Indiana Jones and the insiders pre-chat production chats that came out, the production notes where they're talking about Indy is actually with the love interest there. You know, she was supposed to be really underage when he first takes advantage of her, and then he comes back and she's like, I can't believe you came back, what you did to me. And then they had production notes where they make Indiana Jones a pedophile.
Right.
I mean, this is some creepy stuff. And my kid used to love, because he wants to be a film director and he's going to be part of the new system. And he's only 8 and he loves film and he loved all the Spielberg movies. And he knows about not the darkness of it, but he knows Spielberg's a weirdo now and he's kind of awakened to that.
Spielberg's directly related to my family in a sense, tied, because his main man is Ben Burt, right? If you look at the credits for anything from you name it, it's Ben Burt gets top billing. Ben Burt. Ben Burt is the cousin of my rotten brother's, wife. So he's directly related. And what happens is he actually gets Disney contracts. The only contracts my brother gets as an architect is Disney ones, the Sheraton, low bone ones, low throw bone ones from Disney World. And then he actually has listed as best friend, senior writer for Warner Brothers. My brother is so sold out. He wants me dead. And he has made that nothing hidden about that. And so you have this whole situation where FBI is involved with my sister. Brian Fitzpatrick is a FBI congressman, lifelong FBI and a congressman who just happened to come from Wilshire Boulevard in California out to Pennsylvania, to handle my sister. And my sister got turned, and now my brother and my sister are trying to finish us off. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how deep this goes. My dad was just killed, starved to death by my sister as there's POA, begging her to let him go out of this hospice care when there's nothing wrong with him. My mom losing it.
So
yeah, it's how deep it goes.
With the family members involved, is this some kind of MK Ultra going on, or how is everybody getting turned here?
Rewards and honors. I have a contact with Disney actually on tape saying your sister went for rewards and threats, and that's what it is. I mean, she gets black tie dinners, trips to the Caribbean, same place that Trudeau went. You got her going to London. She's an unlicensed elementary school counselor, and yet she's got this. She had a mansion, maid service. She got to trips, CNN appearances owned by Warner Brothers, Jimmy Fallon show, black tie dinners, trips, you name it. President of Psych People in Pennsylvania, she's not licensed. Top person in Psych person in Pennsylvania, not licensed. And with Fitzpatrick all the time. So Brian Fitzpatrick's is in this Ukraine situation too. So anyway, that's how deep this goes. It is Disney with Spielberg really at the top calling the shots of what's happening in all this horror. They didn't want that to be known, but Mike Lang, thank God, shed the light on it. With why? I asked the same contact. Why do you do it? His ego. That's why he took Becca to bed. Now, if you go down, it gets even better. Pat Robertson that was involved in all this stuff, religious right, connected to Disney. He actually had a restaurant opened in Virginia Beach, his area, called My Becca after this was done, after the honeypot was left. That's how stupid they are. But yeah, if I could go to this graphic, let me show you guys this graphic. Can you share screen?
Yeah, you should be able to share now.
All right, let me go to share screen. I think you're going to enjoy this. Okay, desktop share. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Here's Spielberg. All right, this is from Minority Report. I'm going to pull up two here. Minority Report. Okay, Minority Report is done, I think, in 2002, if I'm not mistaken. Now, remember that name?
And that was from a Philip K. Dick.
Yeah, but it's Spielberg's job.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that the source material was Philip K. Dick, right?
Okay, very good. So, well, look at this headline here. This is, of course, a split second, right, guys? A split second. Can you see what that says in the split second? And I'll explain what it means. Spielberg puts this graphic in the film. Now, what is the film about? Tom Cruise plays this character, right? Dealing with pre-crime, right? And so if you're going to commit a pre-crime, you're hauled off like a 302 and put in stasis, correct? Mm-hmm. So what happens is Tom Cruise's character is what? Captain John Anderton. Thank you, Spielberg. Captain is my dad's rank in the Navy. John is his name. Anderton is our Scottish clan name changed with a T from Anderson. Way to go, Spielberg. And what is going on here? Why is Tom Cruise going to be put away in stasis on pre-crime? Because his son has been murdered. What's his son's name? Sean. What was my son's name that was killed after this was put out? Sean. So there's my dad's name and rank. Our Scottish clan name tweaked. Sean, the son who is killed. And what they do after Sean was killed said that I should be put away for pre-crime because I'm going to commit murder. Does it get any clearer than that?
Wow. If you don't mind, and I know this is a sensitive subject, going into how your sons, you said you had two sons that were murdered, and if you if this is too sensitive to talk about,
no, it has to be told. I have to tell what's going on.
Because as a father of two sons myself, and Bear is a father of two sons, this hits home pretty hard.
Okay, let me stop share. All right, no, I have to talk about it now. The other side uses talking points, right? They harass, they belittle, they use shills to come in, and that's what we said Sophia Stewart is. They have a new one coming in since Sophia Stewart lost face from Marvel Comics now. And he's been hitting hard. And they wanted to do a joint venture where they would do a blend of Immortals and Cypherman. Well, that's not going to work. That doesn't show anybody anything.
Well, because they just put out the Immortals, which is a comic book. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, so they're trying to go past the point. I was supposed to be dead by Christmas. And that's when the release of Matrix 4 was. They always use holidays. I think, Barry, you know this. They use holidays as a percussion point to try to make it hit home harder, right? When did Mike Lang take Becca to bed? On my birthday, July 2nd, right? We saw all the emails. So as far as the sons, here's what he did. Of course, they have to tie in movie imagery, right? Movie imagery. Now, keep in mind, the talking point is Tom has no feelings. He's a narcissist. That's what they'll say about me. That's what Sophia Stewart's supposed to say. That's what Becca was supposed to say. No feelings. I have a lot of feelings, and it's hard to keep it together with emotions over this topic. I'm going to try. But they would say he doesn't even care. He doesn't care about his sons. That's what Sophia Stewart would say to try to rile me. So that's what your job is to do. So here it goes. Sean, my son, is killed. How? Well, they use a contact to let me know that there was a reason how he was killed. He's killed by a snowplow. They said it's X-Files. So he is put into a movie for his death. He's killed after I'm run down by a car in Canada when Joel Silver is afraid about altered carbon being revealed.
When was it? When was this? What time?
This was when Altered Carbon came out. When I think it's like 2017.
Oh, so this isn't that long ago.
Not long ago at all. I had been run down by a car, and then Sean and Aiden, my other son that's surviving, got on the phone together and said, "We're going to see this through, Dad. You stay alive, stay safe." Sean saying, "I'm proud of you, Dad." That's a no-no. You're not supposed to say that. The other side doesn't like that. He wasn't with me. He was in Pennsylvania, controlled. And so what happens is he's starting to spiel. I think I remember what happened with Robertson's group. There was a whole programming thing that was done with what's called social workers, where they're supposed to believe their dad was evil, and unless they did it, they would not stop the sessions. And that was done to them. And so he was starting to remember. It actually worked. They didn't remember. And now he's starting to remember. And so he's saying, "Drive safe, Dad, be safe. Aiden, you and I will make the movie. We'll make this out." These are sons trying to do what they can after all this injustice has been done and all our rights taken away. And incidentally, after all the rights were taken away, they announced all these different projects, the different defendants. Joel Silver announced Oblivion Hell by Disney for him. And the Wachowskis announced Sense8, saying it was too big to write down. They couldn't write anything down. They got the $1 million deal with Netflix, which the attorneys for Warner Brothers went over to Netflix. $1 million deal, no other contestants. And instantly, that's the Wachowskis. Warner Brothers get to do Elysium through Greg Silverman, Joel Silver's prodigy, after Robinoff sent to China with a 30-film deal. There are no national boundaries. We are in a one-world society now where it's all about big business and elite and money. They run the world. The boundaries in these wars are just illusion. They are shows put on, puppet shows, basically is what's going on. The elite control the world. And so what happens is my son tells that conversation saying, "I'm proud of you, Dad. Be safe on the highways." And he's killed the next day.
How old was he?
He was in his 30s. And so he's a mild-mannered guy. He was driving his SUV, and he's killed by a snowplow. What happens? He's waved over into oncoming to go into a snowplow. He's waved over. And the snowplow's just sitting there. They never released the driver in the article. You can look it up, Sean Althouse.
Where was this?
Sean Althouse. You look up SHAUN Althouse. You'll see the obituary for him where it describes this. They do not say the driver of the snowplow. They won't say it.
Where was this? Where did this happen?
Montgomery County, Pennsylvania.
Okay. And
so what happens is you have a situation where you see the pictures finally. They never let me never let me see anything. They cremated them. And they show a picture finally of the door dented in on the passenger side, just dented in. How was that instant death for my son, who just warned me about driving carefully when he drives careful himself and being safe on the highways? Now it gets worse. Kirk Althouse, right? And incidentally, keep in mind, Saving Private Ryan. Who's involved in that? Spielberg again. Now that's
Tom Hanks, right?
That's right. And now that's the story.
His good buddy Tom.
Yeah, good buddy Tom, who was supposed to be my mentor. Ellen Geer, who's a good woman out in California, Will Geer Theater.
And of course, Tom has all the connections with Disney.
That's right. So what happened was Spielberg creates a fictitious story centered around real life events. All right. So all these names are fictitious. So what's the names of the character he chooses for the brothers that are killed? He really rubs the salt in. Sean, loves to use Sean. And what was my other son's name? Kirk Daniel. Daniel is the name of their son. He's just rubbing it in. So what happens is and you're told by context, this is what he's doing. That graphic I showed you, how do I know that's there? You're informed. They want you to know. What is the plausibility of it? You know, being put away on 302s. 5 times I've been hauled off by SWAT team that work for the FBI. So what happens is it's the FBI, Brian Fitzpatrick, FBI, lifelong FBI operative, congressman handling the sister. FBI works with Hollywood, and they all are under the banks. The banks run the show. That's why the investment firms should be own the copyright in the end, because the banks are what really run our world. And what's interesting about the banks is they bet on the winning player, and they will change horses if those winning players look better than the others and start to take the lead. Therefore, the other side is desperate right now that the banks want to bet on me and others with me because I'm making too much sense and the evidence is too clear, and they're starting to jump out of windows. So the thing is that really the real power is banks, FBI, Hollywood. And so what you got is, yeah, Bank of England and also American Federal Reserve, things like that, all these players, and then you get into mafias and things like that. That's what runs our country, sadly enough. And incidentally, incidentally, if our country was ever overrun, I would venture that Man in the High Castle has it right. It's actually the mafia that would be our best chance to keep fighting. They're the ones that be best equipped and best situated to fight in a covert way. Interesting.
Well, the mafia, interestingly, also needs a population to do business, where another faction of the cabal just wants to get rid of everybody. So it is an interesting dichotomy there.
Yeah.
So you have a documentary in the making. Is that true?
Yes, with an incredible team. And get this, they've been approached so many times. I went out to Arizona and did a documentary shoot. And I kid you not, guys, after I did the shoot, the main cinematographer, really great guy, really thorough job. In fact, a lot of the team came into the room where we were filming my cuts and were there to watch. I said, this must be boring for you to come in and just watch these cuts being made. Like, no, we want to be here. We want to be here. It's fascinating. And so they came in and were watching. And the cinematographer, one of his loved ones, was killed as soon as they had filmed. And they left a doorstep message for him to make sure he knew that it was murder. And they do this. They leave things on your doorstep. This is part of how they work. They want to show that they have the resources and the power to coordinate over thousands of miles and lay things on exact times and interrupt signals at exact times. Before I came on this program today with you guys, right before I went to push the link, it disappeared from my emails. It disappeared. These guys have control of all securities, basically, tech. You look at the film companies, they own everything. Joel Silver got a top pharmaceutical and oil in Canada, thanks to Trudeau, who's Playboy, works with Hollywood. And so what you got is Warner Brothers owns CNN. They own all kinds of things, from you name it, from investments to securities to you name it. Disney owns ABC and ABC News. What are film companies doing owning news networks, owning pharmaceuticals, owning oil, owning securities, owning computer systems, owning telephonics? They also own AT&T. What is going on? I thought there was some kind of control on monopolies. When Warner Brothers went for AT&T, they couldn't believe it. They said that they got through without any opposition. We have become a dumbed down world. We're letting these guys own everything. And who polices them? Themselves. When my case was thrown in Rankin, that Tony Rankin had done anything under the sun to throw it, everything under the sun, from an unsuspended license as you saw to everything else, no deposition, no discovery, everything. In fact, when he was fired, within a half hour after he's fired, he told Warner Brothers to proceed for motion for summary judgment without objection. You're fired. You can't tell them to proceed for motion summary judgment without objections. We had no objections we can enter for summary judgment. Another part of the circus. And what did the Bar Association do in California? The Bar Association polices itself. So the Bar Association in California, this female judge, said that we're not going to give anything on Tony Rankin for anything he did. We'll just send him a letter. It's for your eyes and his eyes only. That's exactly what Tony Rankin was doing during our case with Warner Brothers. They were trying to say that any discovery would be for attorney's eyes only, not for me, not for judge, and not for jury. They stipulated that. And I said I won't agree to it. They sent it in anyway. It's a circus. Wait till you see how just that breaks down.
Well, the Bar Association goes back to the Crown in the UK, and they're all they're all corporations, right? And they're all dead, living dead, that are all go back to BlackRock and Vanguard and the dark, Jesuit order, all this stuff. It's like 12 people at the top.
That's right. It's all.
But this is the thing I wanted to say, Tom. This is, I know the chat's going off, and this is an amazing story, and you have really been put through the ringer, and I just want to give you mad props for it. This is a spiritual, in the end, this is a spiritual war. This is and we've understood coming out and doing our show what we're Bear's put his head on the chopping block a lot with his career as a bioterrain practitioner. And really what I always focus on every morning is putting a sphere of protection from, and Bear and I have our own, spiritual practice in about this, but we really believe if you're tapped in the right mentality and the right spiritual flow, you will be protected. We had David Icke on last Monday. I believe that man has been protected for decades. And that being so, the other strategy that I really think is key now is going into the private, is not interplaying with any of their nonsense. Anything to do with Hollywood, anything to do with the banks, anything to do with those corporations. We do it ourselves in our own realm, and we are completely out of the scope of them.
Yes, that's the answer. That's the answer. I didn't even talk about.
Well, I was just going to say the real life matrix it's a mental plane, and it was always foretold that the final battle would be on the mental plane. So we're entrapped in a mental matrix. But this other predator class, they do not have the ability anymore to access the heart, which animates the entire matrix in the first place, their whole mental construct. So they need us for the energy, for the engine, for their whole construct.
Right.
So what we're finding out, a lot of us right now, is if we are the engine, if we withdraw ourselves from that, just as Mike is saying, we're in the process now of teaching people how to stay in the private, not go into that mental fiction. And, they're a done deal. People like yourself that are exposing through, horrible ordeals that you've had to endure. It is nevertheless, I think, on another level, you've agreed probably to, play this role in order to start red pilling more of the population so that we can withdraw our energy, and this whole thing will have no ability to animate itself anymore. So, just maybe that's a good segue as far as where you see this is going, what timeline we're on. Of course, right now they're trying to drag us into World War III. I thought, they're really not going to try to do that. It's just another distraction in the storyline. But, yesterday, somebody makes I'm talking in code here because we'll get struck off of douche tube, if I say too much. But, somebody makes an impassioned speech to Congress, and now Republican, Democrat, everybody's on board to send missiles and planes. And so it's just like this really cheesy Hollywood production that only the dumbest of the dumb don't see through anymore. So I'm hoping that they're on their last legs right now. What do you think?
Well, I can tell you there's so many layers to this. There's so many different things. Like you hit red pill. What is red pill and blue pill? Where does it come from? And that kind of thing is a big topic. I think it might blow your mind. Also, what's happening with this war stuff, and what is the real agenda? What's actually happening? Big topic. I'd like to answer that. Also, the idea of the screenplay, like they say they're putting us in my own movie. They didn't create the material, but they want the source material. So that's why they've courted me and stabbed me and courted me and stabbed me at the same time. And now they say the real life story that I have is bigger than Matrix itself. And so they want to own me at the same time. So I'm put into a push-pull-me situation where it's either I forsake the public and people that are true warriors like yourselves, or I go and keep my last son safe and take the offers that are big offers. And it's like they want to own source material. They didn't come up with the concept. I did. And the thing is that I have a copyright improved and everything else. And they were going to take that copyright out of the office and mix it in for 8 pages of scribbled notes. Quote, 8-page scribbled notes. Those things you saw with those entries that they can put into the copyright office with titles only, no body of work. Those same players can be the ones that take this body of work out of a slot and put in 8 pages of scribbled notes. Game over. They didn't succeed because they learned to be bragging and had me jump on that. As far as our country right now, what's going to happen? As far as I know, it's like that old film Baron von Wunstein or whatever it was. They have already agreed on what the outcome's going to be, who's going to get what, and what the players are going to do. And that's already agreed on. And the idea is that the U.S. is going to lose. They're going to do a war. Those players that have sold us out, that are traitors to all the men and women that have given their blood and their dearest blood to make this country free, are going to sell them out in order to have this country fall. So it's like burning the house down to get rid of all the evidence. When Building 7 was pulled, they said it was pulled. They were getting rid of records. So right now they want to do it on a nationwide scale, get rid of records. They can have a plausible deniability. There's no records left. They've done that in our court cases. They're going to do that again. So what they're going to do is the elite in this country are going to be safeguarded, protected, and the rest of the population is going to suffer and be eliminated. That's one of the plans, except for those of us that are worth something or have some kind of value, numerically or creatively. they're going to try to own us, or get this, have a certain look they want, because that's also just like Dr. Strangelove. I know it sounds like I'm ranting, but actually this is it. This is it. They actually want beautiful people to be part of themselves, multiple wives. This is a wet dream fantasy they've set up for a long time. The elite want it. They want a utopia on Earth, and they want to start getting rid of what they consider the fat. And so what they're going to do is the idea is to have a war that this country's involved in that we lose to. They've already agreed. They're traitors. Fitzpatrick and the rest are traitors, already making agreements that the other side's going to win. But they'll be shouting and shedding tears and cheering us on while we go to our deaths and acting like they're the heroes and just, oh, we lost, just like they do in the court cases. Oh, we're going to win this. We're going to fight for you. No, they're not. They've already got your back with a knife to it, and they're going to finish you off. So that's what's going on. Now, the thing that breaks their back is it being revealed and people believing what's going on. Critical thinking, evidence, check it out. In my case, redpillrising.org. If you can get to it, check it out. Check out the graphics. Yeah.
Also, Tom, there's a whole revolution of decentralization, breaking free. Like from the very first Alpha Cast back in 2017, I talked about the real breakaway civilization, which is us, which is us. And that being said, we'll put your site up on Chordle. If you're worried about your site it'll never go down, and it's free to host. This is a project that I'm in, and it's already up, so we can put your website up on Chordle, and nobody can ever take it down.
Good.
So
you know what's interesting too, Mike, is that you just fed me right to it. I think it goes back to one of Bear's questions. Is that in the screenplay you have not only the storyline that they were lifting, but also the tech. Neuralinks in here, iPads in here. You have a Surrey in here. All is in here, and it's interesting stories. At some point we can do it. Where these come from and why they're in here, that's integral to the story to push it along. Why is Surrey in there? What happens? That kind of stuff. Also, the idea is that the one world order is inevitable. The Neo counterpart in this story that they took is actually saying that the one world order is going to happen. There's no way to stop it now in our time. So therefore, let's try to make it a good one. Let's try to make it so the program is available to all. That's what he's fighting for. And now they're starting to come forward and say this is an idea brand new and giving credit to whoever they want in-house to say it. No, this is from the screenplay from 1993, conceived in 1991. So the thing is, like, that has been there all along. Now they're saying that, yeah, there's a one world order is going to happen. Now we can make it a good one. That's what we're talking about.
That's what I wanted to get to on the whole point of them stealing this from you, besides the need to and the loose sucking and they can't even create their own. How did they manipulate and change from your version? And what was the end, like, what was the dark magic behind that and pushing? Because we know Matrix is one of the most referenced movies in the quote unquote awake community.
Oh.
It's a great analogy for reality in many ways. I mean, and all that stuff. So what did they change and why? And also, I haven't seen the fourth one. I haven't been compelled to see it. I mean, I kind of want to see it just for curiosity's sake, but I haven't even been compelled to see it, which is shocking because I loved the first Matrix. The second two I was never into. But I'm just curious, like, why, like, what is the black magic going on? What did they shift and change? I know we've already covered some of it, but I'd love to go deeper into that.
Let's look at that. It's such a great question. Oh my God. So yeah, let's look at some of these things. Transgender. What's transgender from? It's from the screenplay. Where's red pill, blue pill? From the screenplay. Where's Neuralink? From the screenplay. Where's Jackson Neck? From the screenplay. All this stuff is from the screenplay. Where's bullet time? From the screenplay. There's 190 matchups growing. We're still discovering more. So what about, like, you know, what they changed the red pill, blue pill? Let's look at that black magic twist. Red pill, blue pill. What they do is they as they make it up as they go along, they draw from what they're familiar with their shallow minds. And I'm going to say it, shallow minds. Watch that Bound interview. Like I said, you'll get the idea of how they think. So anyway, they could have picked better people to steal it. Anyway, so what happens is you've got blue pill, red pill. Where's it coming from? Well, they have it from the Alice in Wonderland fill-in. As they make it up as they go along, script in one hand, storyboard in the other. The image is cool, so they have it. They mix in Alice in Wonderland. Same with the train station scene. They put the train man in from Ghost. Why? Why would you put the train man in from Ghost? It doesn't work. It doesn't propel the story. It ruins the story. But they put it in because their shallow minds are making it up as they go along, wanting to just get credit for the imagery, saying let audiences figure it out for themselves. Again, I'm sorry I talk so fast. It's just that this is my baby. And so what happens is with red pill, blue pill, when Neo is offered the pill, he's not offered this. This makes no sense. He's offered this, the red pill. It is the elite offering him a red pill. And if he doesn't take that red pill, he and his family are going to die. So he has no choice but to take the red pill to enter the program. That's for the elite. Isn't it interesting that the elite, when they steal the script, make the red pill good? Isn't it interesting that they make it that it was some kind of choice? You had to take the red pill. That's not a choice, red pill. It wasn't supposed to be that way. The blue pill was the good pill. The reason the blue pill is the good pill is that the blue pill appears later in the screenplay when he contacts his former guy that he had been in the agency with. He had been a low-level CIA, FBI operative or head of department. That's what Neo actually was. And they actually have a spin-off with, I forget his name, where he plays Jim Reese. The actual name of Neo is Jim Reese in the original work. They have Jim Reese. If you look up Jim Reese, it's in a thing where he plays a lower echelon CIA department head, and he's in Paris and something like that. And he's running around. They actually used up that part of the story. So when Keanu Reeves is looking at the script on set, he's reading Jim Reese, and he had to use it. But the thing is that blue pill is what his counterpart gives him, his actual friend gives him, so he can be, after he's cut from the program. So he's cut from the program, the red pill is taken away, cut from the program, tracked underground, he's given a blue pill. That has bad side effects, but they have to have these painful side effects in order to work within the program with the blue pill. Isn't that interesting? So you can see now the Wachowski's minds, they're lifting the images they think are cool, put it together into an Alice in Wonderland scenario. Blue pill, red pill, eat me, drink me. That's what they did. So the blue pill is serenity and good. The red pill is bad. But what has our society done? Exactly what the deep state said to do.
Inverted it.
Exactly. So that's an answer.
So in the original context of your script, the blue pill, what is the end effect of that? Because in the movie, the idea is it's just taking it to stay in the matrix and be ignorant and be basically be one of the useless eaters or the profane. And then the red.
Why would they even option that? Look, you just made a good point, Mike. Why not do this? Here's a red pill. You can take it or not take it and remain where you are. Why are you going to offer a blue pill? That sounds like one of those things that's like a sugar pill. It doesn't do any good. A placebo or whatever. It's like, you don't need it in their storyline. But if you put it back the way it was, you need a blue pill. If you're cut from the red pill program, you need a blue pill to get into it. And Underground hasn't perfected yet. I think that's a more interesting story, that you have to take something that's painful in order to continue.
Much more interesting. It makes way more sense. So where was Keanu with all this? How enlightened is he to what's going on?
He knows exactly
this is a big one here. Yeah, I want to hear this, Tom.
He knows exactly what's going on. I have a best friend of his that's a contact. And there was negotiations going back and forth where he's being made offer. As soon as she said Immortals to him, he freaked out. He knows exactly what's going on. The Wachowskis tried to rope him in and like dirty his hands and make him part of the problem, like a thief. And so what happens, Keanu Reeves, apparently, as it goes, he wasn't apt to steal it at first. But when they had cameras going, ready to go, and he actually saw the script on set, he had no choice. Everybody's waiting to film. So he's roped in. But then he got into it. He decided to hang with his biker friends, do the drugs, biker friends, this kind of stuff. FBI got involved too. And he decided to party. He decided not to do the right thing. But for a moment, he was thinking of actually doing the right work coming forward, because he was getting into this Japanese shogun philosophy. And it's like being truthful and that kind of stuff, and being honorable and that kind of thing. So he was getting there where he was actually going to consider doing the actual script. And then
and we were talking about Owen Benjamin at the beginning of the show before we hit record. For those in the podcast listening, there's a little pre-chat there that's on the stream, but Owen did an entire show on Keanu because I really love Owen for this, because he always is like, there's no sacred cows, especially coming from Hollywood. And he did a whole breakdown. This is so trippy, you guys, that Keanu might be the original transgender. And because he would dressed up in drag really early in his career and is really pretty. And then, so how trippy is that? Like, the transgender thing comes back again. If, I highly recommend that stream Owen did, because that rocked my mind, because Keanu's been recently in the news, coming out, challenging China, and these things. And a lot of people see him as the one kind of white rabbit, or the sheep, the black sheep of Hollywood, that he is truly ethical, and I wonder if he's got like a Dorian Gray type painting in his basement that is aging and he's not, that maybe that's what he's getting out of this, because the guy doesn't seem to age at all.
Well, they just
I have a
good there.
No, I was going to say, I have an interesting memory where I was watching an award show when The Matrix, I forget what it won, but when they were showing the clip of The Matrix, they panned to Keanu in the audience. And as the show was showing, or the clip was showing the two hands, with the red and the blue pill. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Keanu's in the audience parroting the words, like he's really into this whole script, like it's a real thing there. So I remember, I don't know what to make of it still, but I remember watching him. It's like, wow, there's something going on with this dude. He's really taking this pretty seriously out in the audience there. So I just always had a fascination with where he's at with everything.
Well, here's something. I'm going to drop a bomb, I think. What's interesting is, what's the title of the work? Here's the title of the work. The title is The Immortals, right? You verse the letters around, basically at Matrix. They're into that. In fact, Sati's Brittany. Brittany is the one at the train station. And I sent you the clip of the train station scene with Brittany and the stuff in it. So they changed it to Sati. But the thing is this, what's interesting is The Immortals is about, in our time, the one world society coming to be, in our time, right? And it has the historic figure that does this, and they mock me for it all the time. The one that is the most plausible historic figure to make it work was Hitler. So they say it's about Hitler and Christ. Tom Sigler's about Hitler and Christ. No, it's not. The thing is that the architect, they just call him the architect because Diane Bellis, the actual head of the story department, said no one's going to be interested in Hitler at the time. Then Schindler's comes out. But the thing is that, so they just called him the architect. That's why they just call him the architect. I think it's more cool to have an actual character from history that makes sense tied to it, but that's what they used to mock me. But here's the rub, here's the deal. In it, they have solved immortality, the aging process, and now that's what they're going to form the one world society by offering world leaders the program, immortal program. You no longer age, your family no longer age, or longevity is now a thing of our time. And now you're seeing come out more and more. What did Joel Silver rip off? Alter Carbon. What's it about? The rich in the future have immortality, the poor is used as pawns. What's my screenplay open up with a story treatment? The rich have immortality, the poor is used as pawns. They're saying it's the greatest sci-fi concept ever. Really, Joel Silver? You had all my notes and discovery and everything else. I had nothing from you, but now you're going to rip it off that way and run me down with a car and then kill my son? Or have your parties do it, connected to Mossad. So what happens is, with FBI controlling police, the idea is that in our time, Stanford, IBM, they are saying they are solving the immortal problem. They are solving that problem of aging. I say in my story treatment that they beat the greatest enemy, man's greatest enemy, woman's greatest enemy, death. So what happens is in our time, they're actually doing it. And so now the one world society is coming about. It looks like certain people aren't aging. You betcha. You betcha. I was contacted by an organization that said they wanted to give me the red badge. Because I wrote this thing, they know I did, they want to include me. I have been in a love-hate relationship with Hollywood on and on and on. Do we kill them? Do we take them? And factions wanting either way at the same time. So what they want is source under their control. They don't want word out unless they get credit for it. They have insiders like Elon Musk, Snowden, Sophia Stewart, the people from Marvel Comics, all these people claiming credit for stuff they didn't do. John Rappaport claiming credit for stuff they didn't do. So they don't just take your work, they take the ideas and give it, the tech, give it to others that they groomed. Where does Elon Musk appear? In Iron Man 2. What happens in Iron Man 2? They go to the Indy or the Grand Prix or whatever it is, and you see a cameo of Elon Musk standing there at a table, and Iron Man's going, oh my God, it's Elon Musk. What does that do for the story? And it's like, yeah, I'm getting the table right next to him, basically idea. And then he goes off. Elon Musk is molded, groomed by Hollywood. He is in place to take credit for tech that he didn't create. And he's supposed to be our Einstein of the time or our Tesla of the time. He is a fake, and he's put in place to take the work. He can't even explain the work. But if you go back, I'm sorry to get hardcore.
No, thank you for saying this, because I've been saying this for years about Elon Musk.
Well, thank you. Go back to the original work where Neuralink comes from, and it explains all the ramifications and everything good and bad in it, like Library of Memories, which Christopher Nolan wanted to use in Interstellar. All that's being used up, but that is all from here, including the bad things involved. What happens if you have a Neuralink and you can now download memories? Well, you can launch to masses the same thoughts at the same time, where you're becoming dependent on thinking on it. No longer is thinking a discipline or muscle memory. It's now something dependent, where in our screenplay, Neo actually pulls from Smith the back of the neck enhancer, and he becomes a babbling idiot because he's been used to that. They didn't use that, but they use it later. Where? Elysium. And so they use it, and they even cut it out with a shard of glass, like they do in my screenplay.
And who is in Elysium? Matt Damon, right? That's
right. And what was he shown? No script, just a visual storyboard. That's how they're too lazy to even write it down. What did Joel Silver do with Oblivion with Disney? As soon as in 2014 they threw our case with, I just described how badly, right? And as soon as they got their way, Joel Silver announces he's doing Oblivion. They were working on a novel for plausible source material, just like Ghost in the Shell 1994 entries, genderless female, Jack's the neck, all that being lifted from the work visually, so Wachowski can say they want to do it for real. Lifted off that work. Joel Silver did that in length with that Japanese ripoff artist, director. And so what happens is that's what they do. So they don't even finish the Oblivion novel. Since they threw our case, they say they're not going to finish the novel. They're going right to the story.
Wait, Oblivion, that's not the Tom Cruise movie you're talking about.
Yes, it is. That was held by Disney for Joel Silver. Joel Silver's the only bidder. They held it for him. Disney held it. The father of intellectual property, Eisner, held it for Joel Silver. As soon as the case is thrown, he gives them Oblivion. They don't even finish the novel. They say they're not going to finish it now. They don't need plausible source material because the author can't do anything about it. So that's why they just gave it to him and launched it right away. What's the name?
Oblivion's a trippy one too, because that's well, it has Tom Cruise, but that's all about cloning and once again, weird transhumanism stuff. Like the last
what do you have? Robot-like agents. You have this. What are the names of the main characters? Jack and Julia. Who are the main characters sold out by the FBI, Disney, Spielberg? Jack and Julia are my brother and sister that sold out. They keep doing it. What happens at the end? The little girl points to the son or points to her daddy. The little girl looks exactly like my daughter, Terrace. I mean, my daughter, Terrace, looks very unique at the time. And they made her look just like her, reprogrammed by Robertson's group. So now she trashes her dad. But the thing is, that's what they do. They do a good job on the reprogramming the alter K, as Bear said. And they really do a good job, but these kids don't even remember it happening. But they end up hating their parents. So, yeah.
So I'd like to go back to the immortality. And obviously it was ironic because the controllers are trapped in your own inversion, thinking that they're going to get immortality, and you're coming at it from the exact opposite direction of where it's actually going to work. So what was your original concept in the script with Neo breaking free from the Matrix?
The original concept was that it's much more complex because the architect, first of all, the architect is outdone by his son. I thought, again, it was a much more interesting storyline, but the Wachowskis are cheapening it, simplifying everything, getting under budget. What happens is it's the architect's son, Wagner, who actually contacts Neo to contact the underground, to say a new world order, a better one's going to come. I'm going to take my father out. You'll help me witness this. And the seamless walls, where it looks like you're coming through the walls, like ghosts coming through corridors, that's in there too. And he is taken to the architect's domicile, Skyrise, through a shuttle that links on through a window that makes a seamless opening door and then closes. After he's at a Hunger Games Stadium series where the poor are allowed to have a chance for the merit to program if they participate in Hunger Games. Is that something? It's in there. That's where it comes from. That's where Hunger Games comes from. It's all there. That's why Hollywood and Bonaventura said this revolutionary, they were drunk on it. So basically he takes out his father, the architect, and uses his chip, the memories of his father, the identity, the feelings of his father, sensate, and puts it in the back of his neck and says, now we are one. So now he is no longer number two to his father. He's now number one in his father's place, and then blames Neo for the death of his father. And, and that's where Neo gets cut from the program. So he's cut from the program, but before that, he is promoted. They always have counsel. I didn't like putting it in there. I thought it was stupid. I did. But all these programs have councils now. I hate it. From Walking Dead to Matrix, you name it, the council. It's so stupid. It throws everything down. It doesn't propel the story. I'm sad I put it in my work, but they're drunk on anything I did. And so they put council. And so this council, there's a primary council and a secondary council. Secondary council is underground council. Primary council is the council in the program. And so what happens is our Neo is promoted to primary counsel. The architect's looking out for him. Why? Why is the architect looking out for him? This is a long answer to your question, Bear, but I think it's a great question. Because the architect has one problem at stake here. One problem. He controls the world. He knows where. They said it was 6 generations for Zion. It was 1. Now they tell fans that fans were right. It's 1. Yeah, that's right. Ask the original author, Wachowski's. It's 1. The architect knows where underground is. He has those people set aside as untainted humanity for a special occasion and a special purpose. The architect's problem is in the program, not battery power. You can hook up cows and get a ton of power off cows. You don't have to worry about free will either at that point, or so much free will. Sad for the cows. But the thing is that the architect's mind could atrophy unless he's stimulated. If he's in a program, immortal program, his mind's going to atrophy from lack of stimulation. So what's he going to do? Agents that stir up trouble outside the program, knowing all the choices we're going to make, free will. The Wachowski talk about free will, they don't go any further. They don't know anything about it. They hand out books on Zen, but they don't know what they're talking about. They can't even explain it. In fact, one of the authors of the book said they're not talking about anything we're talking about. So anyway, they don't know what they're talking about. But the architect has these agents stirring up trouble. He knows every free will choice we're going to make. He does not let Neo get taken out by Smith or Smith taken out by Neo on purpose, because that stimulates his mind. Yet he makes Neo think that Smith rescued his daughter. That's what the satisfying ending is going to come about, from a burning building, when he's brought back to be mentored by Smith, which again makes it complex and stimulates the architect's mind. It's all about the architect's minds not dulling away. So what happens is, at the end, you have the architect is promoted Neo to primary. Smith wants to take him out so bad. They finally have a confrontation. And in that, he takes out the enhancer they put it in Elysium instead, because Wachowski didn't use it. They couldn't let it go. And Neo uses that enhancer to enter the elites district to change everything in the program. And that's what they kept for Elysium. Isn't that interesting? Making it into a big box on his back, which is totally asinine. Anyway, so what happens, it's totally stupid. Why would you walk around with a big box? Is he covert? I don't know. It looks like a big box on the neck. So stupid. They overblow everything. And so what happens, it's supposed to be just like a mole-like structure on the back, right? Very, very subtle. And so that's the jack to the neck. And so he's using the memories of Smith. What's Sense8 about? Using memories, you don't know what they're for or who they're from, feeling the feelings of who felt what and what they did. Well, Neo is feeling on his way to find the dome. Yes, the dome from Germania. He's going to the dome with Trinity helping him. Why? Because he's supposed to handle all these feelings, because he's now lost his own memories and feelings from that being pulled, because it was diseased by the architect to go off at a certain time to track him. And he's using Smith's memories now. So he's fighting the feelings of what Smith felt when he harmed his family. That's why he's covered eyes and needed Trinity to go with him while he's fighting this feeling of feeling like Smith. Sense8 is not Wachowski's genius. It's their work after they had all my notes in Discovery, and they couldn't wait to take it and said it's too big to write down. BS on the Wachowskis.
Wow.
Too lazy to write it down.
Tom, there's so much to unpack here. We're going to have to do another show just to break.
Would
Would you be able to send me a copy of your screenplay for me to read? Because I would love to read it. I don't know if that's possible. And then do another show where we go into it, because there's so many reality breakdowns. And I have another quick question, but the architect, I never really understood the architect in the in the films. Like, is it part of the program? Is it a separate entity? From the movies, it seems like it's just, part of the robot. The robots have their programming.
No, it was very incomplete. I had the same questions.
Well, so what's your architect? Is it like, what is it?
First of all, think of it this way. They're lifting images they think are cool, like I said, and they don't care if the public understands it, and just sticking them in. That's why the Train Man makes no sense in the Matrix. Alice in Wonderland makes no sense in the Matrix. But they're looking at this going, oh, that looks like Alice in Wonderland. Oh, we can stick Train Man in. That's what they're doing. As far as the architect, he even has a silver pen. Notice the architect with a silver pen? Why the hell does he have a silver pen? Because in mine, there's a silver pen. Again, it's one of the ones I didn't think was so cool, where there's actually a scene where Neo looks through Bane's eyes and sees Smith. That's in the screenplay. Neo looks through a former candidate, or a person he worked with, Steve, who's an agent, and sees Berenger. You see it through the eyes. And so they mocked it in Kung Fu Panda with, I forget his name, Dustin Hoffman, mocks it, where they have a scene where he's looking through the panda's eyes going, I see somebody, I see, so, oh, just forget it. They're mocking me for that concept. The Wachowskis used that concept, right? And it gets better. Bane, and I'll go to you bring me back to your question on this. Bane actually has a moment where he goes like this. He takes a knife, he cuts across his left palm like this slowly. Does that mean anything to anybody in the story? Does that make any sense? Does it mean anything to anybody that Bane cuts his hand slowly? Why? Does he need to stay awake? Is it from that other movie, Blade Runner? What's going on? Is he slowly dying that he's got to keep his wits? The reason Bane goes like this with the knife across his hand is because I did that in real life. I took a knife and went like this across my hand slowly. And it's because I lost the loved one, one of the loved ones. And I was in such grief. So Wachowski's, those bastards, excuse my French, had to mock me like Sophia Stewart did, or the death of a loved one, by doing the same thing with Bane. That's why that's in there. And does it piss me off? It does. It pisses me off. The Wachowskis are that heartless. It makes nothing for the story. It doesn't propel the story, but that's why it's there. Now, back to the question, the architect. The silver pen is there because in that same scene where he's looking through the eyes, he's told to remove an object from his pocket. It's a silver pen, and it's blasted away. Why? It seems stupid. I even mock myself on it sometimes. Why did I put that in there? It's the loss of creativity. So what is the architect holding? A silver pen. Not a gold one, not a black one, nothing like a silver pen. They don't explain it. They simply want credit. And what's on the screens that the architect's monitors? It fills the screen for a second. What fills it? The image of Hitler. It fills the screens. Why? Because the architect's Hitler. So what they're doing is they're making everything lifted, simplified. It's never going to make sense. And what do they do as a service to you as the audience and intellects? Figure it out for yourselves, guys. Figure it out for yourselves. That's what they tell you. Well, I'll tell you what it means, and I'll tell you where it comes from. The architect is integral. We need something in the story that the program comes from. And it's not robots in a program, Joel Silver. At the meeting, Joel Silver said to the suits, when the Wachowskis left, they couldn't explain. They got upset and got on the phone and were screaming. It's in the article. They can't do that, is what they said, because they were thinking of actually giving me credit for my work. At the time, the Wachowskis weren't coming through. They weren't cutting it. They failed at Assassins. They were being bad boys and being very obnoxious, so they were going to give it to me. That's what the word was. So they're getting upset. So Joel Silver's left at the table with the suits to explain what it means, because Wachowskis can't. They can't. Bothers them. That's why they didn't do interviews at the end. After they started doing interviews, they were embarrassed, Joel Silver said. The boys were embarrassed answering questions about it because they didn't understand it. So what he says to the Bob, this executive, he says, Bob, if you understand this, robots in the program. And the executive very intelligently says, what do you mean robots in a program? You got us, Bob, it's robots in a program. No, it's not, Joel Silver. It's robot-like agents. Read the script again. Robot-like agents in the program ups the stakes, does it not? If you have real people as agents, they're not allowed to show feeling or you're terminated. And you're monitored and you can see through their eyes and you're not allowed to show any feelings when you're monitored on your pulse rates and everything. And you're terminated if you show feelings. That raises the stakes. Real life people. And in fact, Smith is not allowed to disconnect himself from the program, right? They have a scene in that too where they rip it off, where they have him remove his earplug while he's interrogating Morpheus. And it's so stupid, guys. Mike, Bear, look. In comes the Smith agents, 3 of them. The one guy goes, What the hell? What the hell? Juveniles wrote the ripoff. It's like the reason that he's not supposed to pull himself from the thing, which happens in the real screenplay, is you're terminated immediately. You're not allowed to cut that link. You have to have it always monitored. And they even have in my screenplay, the original work that they're lifting as they make that stupid image, makes no sense, you know, is that they are asking for orders whether they terminate the Smith character in mine. They say, no, no. So when his plug is pulled, you're supposed to be detonated. They didn't do it for Smith, and that allows Neo to get the material, to be dragged down to underground, to use the memories, to find the dome, and to create the ending. And that's where he's joined by his little girl, restored to health, restored to life, that had died in the burning, or the hospital. Best scene ever. They stuck in Interstellar instead. And that's where the ending is, where you hug and point to the sun and you have the satisfying and then go to blackout. The Wachowskis on set, look at articles, they say that everybody on set said to blow up the Matrix, but we kept the original sequence of scenes. Those original sequence of scenes are spelled out clearly right there. They should never have kept them. They ruined the spine of the story. They took out the relationships. They ruined the spine by lifting all the images and simplifying and mixing in Train Man and stuff. They should never have kept the exact ending. The people, everybody on set was right, should have blown it up. So when it comes to actually fraud in court, no statute of limitations, we come forward with a documentary and then go to legal. They don't have a chance in heaven. I'll say heaven because they can have hell.
Tom, so it seems like a lot of movies have been, you know, fractured off this one screenplay. Have you written other ones? And for this one, what inspired you and where was the source that it came from? It seems like this is an amazing Philip K. Dick-like creation. I say that we don't create anything new. It comes from a higher self, or it comes from source or whatnot. But fascinating that was this your first screenplay you ever written? Were you writing other, give us the insight on this.
What I call the door opener. It was my first screenplay, so I wanted to be perfect as much as possible. And I was meticulous. I was a perfectionist. I wanted to be just right. And so in my mind, it had to pass my test. And that's why Bonaventura said, this is revolutionary. We're making this, you know. But the idea is that I was writing from an internal struggle. The internal struggle was this, and you got to understand, you have to have my childhood in order to come up with this material. Wachowski's didn't have this. You have to come from a certain author's background and suffering and striving and journey in order to create material that reflects that author's journey. If it's going to be his first work, you're going to make your main character cast as yourself. So you can put flesh and bones on a character and know what their responses are going to be as you journey through that story. You have to. So Neo was me. That's why they put Thomas A as Neo. They know it was modeled after me. They talked about it during the pitch session. And so he dressed like me with a black tie and a white shirt. That's how I dressed at the time. And so what's interesting is you've got a situation where I was struggling a faith crisis when this all came about. I was at Pat Robertson's organization, and he told me plans when I was being groomed to be the face of the Christian Coalition. Yes, I was. Check the records. And so what happened was they just took everything away from me. That's where the interrogation scene comes from, with exact things said that was said to me. You have to have a real life backstory involved in order to create this material. Otherwise, how do you get from Plastic Man and Carnivore to the Matrix? And why did they say they failed as writers, as I said in 95 in the article, failed as writers have to pack their bag unless they're given the science project? And why'd you sit on Matrix if you created in 93? Why? And why are your attorneys saying that it's one seamless piece created in 93 when you're saying that it's meant to be three separate pieces? Because he didn't hold congruency. Why is Joel Silver on set saying in 2003, we hope it holds together after we watch the rushes? The scenes they just shot. Why? Why is he saying we hope we used up the rest of the story? Why? Why are you rolling the dice if you're not sure with millions of dollars in union wages if you don't know if the film's going to tie together? Because you've got something in hand that's your ace in the hole that their attorneys are saying on tape, we've got it. There are no working drafts. There's only this. So re-guide me back to your question. I'll answer in a nutshell now. I think that was important material I wanted to share with you, but give me the question one more time and I'll answer in a nutshell and let it go.
Oh, no, I mean, you answered a good amount of it. I was just curious because it seems like such an amazing source material for all these other movies they've used. And that was your first screenplay. Do you feel like you were like channeling something, or, I mean, that creative output from a first screenplay? And I've written screenplays. I went to film school. I don't know if you know, I think some people in the audience knows, I went to film school. I took screenwriting coursework. I know how difficult it is to write a good screenplay. It's an art form. In fact, there's very few good writers left anymore. And it's funny, I was just looking up on IMDb. You know, they made a remake of Bound. That's how terrible Hollyweird is. In 2017, they made a remake of Bound. Anyways, that's all they do, right? They make remakes of remakes of remakes of classical works, right?
Well, that's,
But where did this come? I mean, and are you still writing screenplays?
From personal life. I have 14, 15 more. I've got contacts on tape saying, we need to see your work. Show us your work. How do we know you're not a two-hit wonder? They say, at least they say two-hit wonder, because I have a green-lighted off-Broadway piece called The Domestics too. But the thing is that they're like, which Disney really tore up, didn't want to. But the thing is, like, they know I have more, but I'm not releasing it. I'm not letting it out. It's not even on digital. It's on all handwritten. They know it. And they're saying, you got to show us. I said, no. They said, how do we know you have it? I said, well, what do you think I've been doing since 1993? You know, so they know that. So therefore, I'm considered their asset, star player on the bench, they said, while being a threat. So it's like, what do you do with them? Throw them in the garbage disposal or put them on the platter? So the thing is that right now, where it came from was, like I said, the crisis of faith, where I was dealing with Robertson's organization and what their plans were. I wanted to whisper through art, warn people. And I didn't think anybody would get it this time or would be accepted during our time. I thought I'd be finished. So I was writing for future generations. And I wanted people to fill in their own backstories so each person would become immersed in the work and feel it was their story. I wanted everybody to own this story, not the Wachowskis and their shallow take on it. I would urge people to watch the Bound interview on YouTube and watch how they talk on the Bound with the Wachowskis. Watch how they talk and tell me they could write anything from changing diapers to, you know, romper room.
Did you have a background in screenwriting? And also, there's a lot of esoteric stuff. I mean, I haven't read your screenplay, but
it's kind of
what's your back? Are you deeply researched in that stuff, or was it just flowing out of you? It's just mind-boggling.
Born creating. I was coming up with movie ideas since I was tiny, playing the piano since I was tiny, hearing music in my head since I was tiny, seeing visually scenes go since I was tiny. It was something. So I came up with this idea. It's a great question because I do the opposite. What I did was I tried to not read materials or be influenced by anything to create a world. And their actual expert witness said Tom Althouse created a fantastic world. That's not to toot a horn. That's just to give the perspective of what's going on here, where yes, I tried to create a world that was unlike anything anybody had seen before. Keep in mind, Hollywood says everything's been done under the sun, right? And Disney even has a manual they hand out, or a book they hand out to their writers, like the Unlike a Hero or something, or Hero or something, that thing about how this template you have to use for writing screenplays or cartoons or whatever, or series animation. So what happens is I did draw from something I've never seen before, putting my own personal feelings into the idea, are we under a creator? Are we created? Deep stuff. Why are we here? How are we created? What makes sense? And I drew from that. And I started asking questions. If we are created, then will that creator show his face, or creators, and let us have the opportunity? If it's destined for us to be burned up, let us have an opportunity to prove ourselves. Let us have an opportunity to be the good children and do great work and prove that we can be good people, not evil from the grave or from the birthing bed. And so what happened was this prayer I said, basically, I said, like, God, if you're there, let me find a way to be with you that I can help others and find Zion, basically. I don't know why I said, like, find Zion. And at night, I kid you not, at night, I heard this, like, there's a Bible by my bed. I was a good Christian boy at the time. And I saw a little moon sliver on the Bible. It stopped turning. It flipped, I guess, a breeze or something. And I put my finger on that sliver and then turned the light on. It said, paraphrase, the sons of Israel will ask the way to Zion, and I will lead them weeping, or the weeping lead them and make a covenant with them forever. Zion. There's the first part of the matrix.
So in a spiritual school that I followed for a long time, which emanates from the theosophical, anthroposophical, and goes through what they call the ascended master teachings, they allude to sometime in the future there will be movies about this kind of truth that we're talking about, and obviously Hollywood is a black magician spell from day one, and all about predictive programming. So it's not too difficult to see why people like yourself are not allowed to make this kind of content. So as we're looking at the world right now, as they're trying to bring us to our demise, again, that parallels the whole movie industry as well. Do you see that day where your kind of material and depth, and that is really for the upliftment of the evolution of mankind? Do you actually foresee that happening? And then maybe a little bit more, is your documentary just chronicling, just the whole story you're sharing with us today, or does it kind of get into possibilities for the future?
Possibilities for the future too. And one of the things that's really interesting, we can turn this world overnight. We can turn it around and flip that pyramid. And what's interesting is, think of this, Elon Musk is claiming credit for the work I did. He's claiming credit. They're grooming him, and like I said, Iron Man 2 and things like that. Neuralink is all through here. He didn't come up with it. It's all through here, including Siri and iPad and Steve Jobs stuff and Bill Gates stuff. It's all in there. And so what's interesting is, if that credit was returned, and if our hearts are right, absolute power does not corrupt absolutely if compassion is seated in that power zone. And so that means it won't be corrupted. So they're the ones that throw that other thing at us. And if we had credit, let's say those of us involved in these kind of things got credit back for our work, that means Elon Musk loses face. That means Joel Silver loses face. Spielberg loses face. They'll probably go for crimes for humanity, but some of them. But the thing is that we now have the power. What they say on that Contact tape to me, you've won the chess game. Interesting choice of terms. I wouldn't call it a game when my sons have been killed, but they call it a chess game. We're afraid of your power. They're afraid of your power. That means we have the mantle of responsibility that we have won. That means that they can't get away with what we're going to be able to do. Now, they mock us through shills. He said he won. He won. What? He didn't look like he won. Yeah. When they say you've won the chess game, they mean that there's no other alternative now except you will prevail. They have lost their pieces off the board. And so that's what it means. So it is happening. So now is the great time where the best people get to come together. Those that have been courageous, industrious like yourselves, visionaries, no longer blocked, no longer interfered with, to make a world, and we've had plenty of time to think it through, haven't we? We've had plenty of time to think it through, what it could be and how it could benefit all life, even animals. And so there we are. Great things are coming. It could happen overnight anytime. We are on the winning team. There's no way to stop it. We own the credit for the work. They didn't swip my screenplay out for 8 pages of scribble notes. They have no choice now but to falter. All they can do is buy time through bad means and throw cases through corrupt means, denying due process by putting their judges they want in place and getting the words they want in. But there's no way possible for the future unless they throw something that their plans are immediately. They're upping their scale. They're accelerating schedules. We may find out to stop a better world coming. Because those of us that hold the reins for that better world are the visionaries that have a heart for everybody out there. If you watch Spielberg's programs, he mocks audiences all the time. Look at Men in Black. Look at Men in Black when the family's living room is invaded by the black suits, and then Will Smith and the character Tommy Lee Jones goes to the wall and opens it up, and they see all the guns. Now, you and I in that scene would probably be like, what the hell? What are you guys doing here? Do you want some tea? But what are you doing? What's that doing there? Talk to us. Why are you here? No. Spielberg depicts audiences going like this. The family goes like this. The subtext is, we are idiots, we are robots, we are not worth saving, we are fat on the bone,
we're the profane, as they like to say.
Yeah. We're a waste of flesh. That's how they see audiences. Do you want films from people like that? That's their take on you? No. The agent, in the Matrix films, there's that famous scene where he's talking about humans, the filth of them, and how disgusting we are. You know, that comes from the screenplay too. I know it's not a shock, but from this screenplay, we have the Smith character confronting Neo when he's trying to warn people what's going on. Boy, am I on my own screenplay, aren't I? With some great characters, great people too, leading roles. And so what happens is he says that humans are just insects, nothing more, just insects. They're a disease. That's what Smith says. Again, lifted that. They even have a line where it's the world's greatest dogfight underground, and they use the very same term, world's greatest dogfight in the description. There's a key that you turn, which another thing I thought was stupid that I put in, but the key you turn, one chance detonation of the tunnels. I thought it was dumb in the end. They used it. One of the things for copyright law is that if there's a mistake that's transferred into the stolen material, it's very telltale. It's a thumbprint. They used it. They used that too. So they used even the mistakes. And what's interesting too is you look at any episodes of Netflix films, things like this, or series, you'll see that even animes, it starts with action, then credit material montage. In the screenplay, it starts with action and goes to montage. And that's what the industry picked up and used. I got a call from here it is right here, on page 12. Now in the industry, any page is a minute, they used to say. And each text in a screenplay is a minute of shooting, a minute of film. And so on page 12, you end up with a montage finally. So Walking Dead, you name it, anything, Man in the High Castle, all these things start with action, and then you have the montage of credits. The idea was that the credits would have scenes, different images that the audience is supposed to be roped into, going, how can those all possibly tie into a film and interrelate? And it's supposed to bring them in as they check it off, as they see it mentally. These scenes unfold. That was the idea. They thought it was revolutionary too. Bonaventura loved it. So now it's common.
This has been an amazing cast, amazing breakdown, mind blown on so many levels. We got to have you back. We're kind of running on time here, Tom.
Tom, thanks so much. You know, this exceeded my expectations today, and I had chicken skin a lot of the time when you were talking. And, you know, just to reiterate, what we're here about is just to, you know, it's about people taking back their power. It's about mobilizing our will force. And with all the theater out there, people, you know, do not think that they have the power. And I think just your whole story here is such a wonderful depiction of the truth. And I really look forward to, I think your day will come where you'll have, you know, your moment to get really inspiring content out there. So thank you so much. And let's definitely keep connected. I have so many more questions. Now, I'm not up on filmography like you guys are, because I stopped watching movies a while ago, but there's a lot of other depth I'd really like to get into.
Sure.
And so I'd love to do a part 2 with this. And anyway, we can support you with everything you've been through too. We're here, and thanks again. Just such a wonderful connection today.
My pleasure too. And I'll tell you what, I'm never going to stop, because this is in honor of my sons. And that's where I get a bit of, but this is in honor of my sons. So you can count on me never stopping. And when I win, we win. Only the shills don't win. But when I win, we win, because the work was written for everyone. And in fact, I talked about, when I'm done, if I win name credit for my copyright back, I'm going to rearrange the copyright for everybody in the world owning it, except the Wachowskis and Jill Silver, basically. It'll be everybody's property.
Fantastic.
You can one Matrix story anytime you want, and it's free reign, free domain, the way it was supposed to be. Copyright was supposed to be. So thank you guys so much.
Beautiful, Tom. Hey, thanks so much. And yeah, I actually closed my Netflix account over like maybe 2 years ago. No more for me. It was the cuties thing that was the put it past me. I didn't want my kids going on the smart TV or the Apple TV and getting on Netflix anymore. It's like, nope, no more. Yeah, the less we engage, the better, guys. And we have got other great alternative media and films coming out. And there are some people out there, even in Hollywood, that are trying to do good things, of course. So, but yeah, I see a revolution coming in the art form of film. And of course, kids these days barely have the attention span to even watch an hour and a half, 2 hour film. My kids do, because I've been having them watching the great classics since they were very little. But I do see a renaissance coming to filmmaking again. It's going to be amazing, and you're going to be part of it, Tom. Thanks so much for your inspiring story and words, and we will have you back again for sure. And everybody, if you resonated with this amazing show today, wow, what a show. Please give it a like, a thumbs up, a share. This will be going on. It's already streamed on some resilient systems like Odyssey, our new platform we're on, Be Sovereign. So those will live no matter what on there. This will also go out as an audio podcast everywhere. We'll also be putting all this up on Chordle. We're going to have a podcast, an Alpha Cast library. I'm going to get on Chordle very soon here. So that'll be immutable on there forever, as long as that blockchain continues, which it should forever. Tom, you should look up Chordle, chordle.org. It's a fascinating project I've been involved with, truly decentralized, encrypted system. And that's what we're doing here. We're creating the new for us. So thanks, everybody. And I hope to see some folks down in the Ventura area this weekend. And Bear has been on a number of podcasts this week. We'll be sharing those with you guys soon. I was on with Chance yesterday on Interverse. I can't wait for you guys to hear that one. It was an amazing show. And we'll see you next week. So take care. We love you. Remember to get outside, get your feet in the dirt, go plant something, go for a hike. Mother Nature is our best teacher, and we owe her one. So get out there and do it. We love you, and we'll see you again. Cheers.
We went really toe to toe.
Toe to toe, don't you know? There you go. Damn, yo. Yeah, that's pretty solid block. 2 hours. Holy smokes.
Yeah. What up, bro? Okay. So listen. Interesting sync, right? Because I'm hearing he's just talking about the Netflix thing, right? I got this as on my Google News feed on my new phone, because I got a Google phone, I got a Pixel, so it throws this shit at me. This here, there's bad news coming for Matrix fans next month. In July, Netflix is dropping The Matrix. And that's was announced today. Sync. Total sync. And we know why now. We know why that's happening in real time. Because of Tom Althouse. How fucking powerful was that interview, huh?
Yeah. Is it his birthday next month or something, or what? But
I don't know. He could be a Cancer. I could see that.
Yeah, I guess that falls under, that terminology, like occult mockery, I guess, of like all these little things of, like
it's covert harassment and targeted gaslighting. That is
Yeah.
black magic. What that does to a soul to make you feel like you're going crazy and also truly are trying to get you and kill you. And this is just a mafia, right? But
Fuck, yo, yeah.
distinguishable from the agents.
Ha!
And they're agents, right? Agents. I talk about agents. Like, you know, you're in Hollywood, you have agents. You know, they're talking to Mr. Owen Benjamin, a man who you know, cut off his agent. Right? Or got cut off by his agent. And that's when he got thrown down to our level. And that's why so many people like him, because he held integrity, he held face, and he built family security, right? You know, it's not the Mark Passio path, because he looks, and his argument is, you know, that's insane. I'm not going against the government. Children, they don't deserve that. And he's right, because where the fuck is everybody for everybody? Right? You know, where's the art? Like, this is what Mark's been fucking pissed about. Right?
Yeah, and it seems like, you know, a lot of people, even, you know, the truth seekers, you know, they still want to stay in that realm of seeking and just like looking at information as if it's, you know, an alternative replacement of, you know, entertainment, for lack of a better term, in a sense. You know what I mean with that?
Yeah, exactly. You know,
information whores or whatever. Like, it's not
the whole
best
thing
term,
is, yeah, the whole thing is just pizzazz, right? You know, it's just like he talks about, like, you know, they had to do a scene that had to be like this, and why did they make this choice instead of sticking to the script? Because it looked cool, and they didn't want to give me credit for it, right? And over and over and over again, that's the underlying structure of how they ripped his fucking soul apart.
Jeez, yo, yeah.
Yeah.
And to say like, oh, it's all the Wachowskis and this and that, I think it's like giving people too many credit, because, you know, it goes hand in hand for like a lot of movies, you know, like the director, the producer, and all these stuff. Like, there's like a team around these people, you know. It's not just like, you know, one name given all this. It just seems like that's like typical Hollywood shit, you know, like give the name, you know, all the credit to like the big names, and, you know, make people celebrate these people, fucking heroes or whatever the fuck.
It's like I said in the chat group, these people have no fucking honor. Like, they're unfucking believable, fucking wretched, you know, human beings. And they surf the baseline of the concept of American freedom. And thus American freedom to them, you know, turns into this perverted totalitarian state where it's great for them because they've got all their pleasures intact, and their value towards keeping us on the politicians' mindsets with the various ways they play the red field and the blue field. You know, now you see, as someone who hadn't heard this interview before I made my Matrix 4 video, now we get better context to my issuing question. I think that this is why. Why is there so much good blue association with no fucking commentary on why they're giving you blue is good association, such as with Bugs, with the blue hair?
Ha!
Right? You know, all the blue going on in there, with the exception of the blue pill, is positive. The only blue thing that's bad in the film is the pill itself and the glasses of the analyst, which is psychological reinforcement of that pill.
I was about to say that, yeah.
Because he's the script writer. He writes the prescription, right? As the it's the fact that he's an analyst, not a psychologist, and I'm not sure if that's just because they wanted to be on the nose to the audience of what he's really doing, or you know, because, you know, nobody's saying dude, isn't it like, who has an analyst? Like, it's the Matrix, right? So they don't have psychologists in the Matrix. You just accept analysts as psychologists, which I suppose is theoretically being more honest because it cares less. They want to remind you that there's a level that just doesn't care. Let's just get you back to equilibrium. Remember, I was talking
that movie, yeah.
The agents aren't allowed to have feelings. And in the movie Equilibrium, which came out in the late 90s, maybe almost the same time, there was a whole thing where they were consistently on drugs to suppress their feelings, special drugs for the Gunkata fucking super weapon agents, because they couldn't have their feelings, but also they couldn't have their senses dulled either. So they walked a fine line, right? So I think Equilibrium might have bit off of Tom as well, right?
Right? Yeah, yeah.
You're
Totally.
watching all this fractal of it, right? It's the zeitgeist thing, right? I was having a conversation with my friend with my friend Greg about inspired musicians, right? And how many of them are just kind of like just having fun with the tropes, which is what like the Joel Silver is making the Wachowskis do, is have fun with the tropes that the industry wants with the Matrix, which is going into the meta narrative of Matrix 4. It's such a trip, right? You know, it's just like I have to go a little bit Tesseract in the head just to unpack the deconstruction significance. And it's really something where if you watch the interview a couple more times, and if you're truly keen on the events of the film and you don't have to watch the movie a whole bunch, it'll sink in your head that what this film world is, and how the gross parody of it was also because it was the truth, that very truth that his script came after him. It, like, writing the script and submitting it was showing the devil that I knew his face, right? And it's the devil.
I like that. Yeah,
it's the devil card putting him through the hanged man. It's some hardcore shit, and right, and it's more, it's a more tragic with a happy ending story than Neo's story, which is technically a nihilist fantasy because it's still a godless fucking world,
right? You know, yeah, and how,
you know, like, granted, higher force, you know, in Fractal and all that stuff, but they're not getting to that, you know, other than hinting at it through humanity dreaming the Matrix, but that's still not the quote real. So they're not really, they're just fucking over your mind this much. They can't give you the real Jungian archetype.
Damn right, yeah. But they give you plenty of left brain imbalanced archetypes in this night, and yeah, going back to the Tesseract, going back to the agents, going back to numbing any kind of care, compassion, whatever type of stuff, like outside of thing with, you know, the Soma pill, or, you know, the equilibrium, the blue pill, all these things are kind of like synonymous in a sense, right? So yeah, there's this like archetypal canon, I guess. I don't know, like whatever people use with that word. I don't know why that word.
Yeah, like I was saying, it was like the zeitgeist of a thing, right?
Yeah, yeah.
For instance, with transhumanism as a whole, right? My band of choice as my anthem against it is Fear Factory, right? And you know, that makes a band that doesn't do guitar solos very much and doesn't have a tremendous amount of guitar melody either. It puts them really high up in my interests because that subject matter plus the intensity of the drumming and the singing. You know, it's like, if there's a war against the fucking machines, I need this band because this band will give me the courage to fight the Terminator, right? That's the deal. I loved it. I just saw them live earlier this year with the new singer who is, like they went to a magical place and they cloned Burton C. Bell without all the whatever their issue was with Burton C. Bell. It's just like, it sounds just like Burt, just a little bit younger. But it's a kick-ass show. I'll never get to hear Archetype live because it's based on Bad Blood. Drama, fucking drama. But anyway, I'll never hear Self-Biased Resistor apparently either, because I guess they don't like that song. I don't know. But anyway, my point is that, like, how deep in it are they, right? If I got whichever dude's the lead writer that really holds their cyberpunk dystopia war like thing together, how would they be able to have this conversation, right? That's what I crave. I had Greg Moffat on, that's who I was talking to, is Greg Moffat, who I had on my show from Cradle of Filth, who now does legalizefreedom.com. Talks about transhumanism a lot on that one. He's a righteous dude. Shout out. I was telling him this very story about Fear Factory, right? Because the Matrix is Fear Factory also. It's all rolled in there, right? Because Sophia Stewart wrote Terminator and this, right? And no, she didn't. No, she didn't. She's a pawn for the military industrial complex in the Hollywood marketing system, right? So that's all that actually is. Yeah. So then there's Henrik Olsen, A Scar Symmetry. We had a whole conversation primarily about Neo-Humanity Phase 1, which was the second to last album that came out. He's the only guy in the band who's like studied up, right? Like, he is a legitimate like conspiracy study person, believes in it, takes it seriously, made precautions, so on and so forth. Good dude. He's the drummer of the band. He writes the lyrics. So I had him on because he was one of my favorites. They were one of my favorite bands. And so we had a really great conversation on Revolution Radio that I believe I've uploaded that to my channel. I recommend you check it out if you're interested in heavy metal musicians that are writing conscious music. Because Henrik, who's just left Scar Symmetry, so I'm wondering what their writing direction is going to go now. They're probably going to change themes. They're probably going to have to, because I'm pretty sure none of the guys were as into it. Because I've met the band, love them, good dude,
Wow,
funny fucking guy. All right, this is what happens if you go to shows in New York and it's Gramercy Theater. Like, people just hang out downstairs. I got to meet one of my heroes, Yari Pa of Winter Sun. So, happy man. But anyway, yeah. Like, so some guys are like Henrik, and then some guys are much more just like, it kind of comes to them while sticking to something that makes sense and is interesting and exciting for them, right? So people that are doing it on the unconscious level, it's the muses, right? The muses are going to lead the blind and the set in the scene.
Damn, man. That's right. Yeah. And why are these art forms attacked and, hijacked so much, in whatever industry, whether it be, the music, art, movies, whatever, TV programming, sports, even all this stuff, like,
these are the centers of people's narratives in the Dune universe. The Bene Gesserit order, they get in there because they go to all these people that have whatever they got as a matriarchy thing. They get their order to become that tribe's matriarch or that people's matriarch. you know, through like adopting, assimilating into their culture, or going from their culture and joining the Jesuit order and coming back. Right, I think that's the two scenarios for them in Dune. If I don't know the books except for what I've heard in reviews and conversations about the books, but but my point is that that these are high, like these are the things that stimulate the psychic field of the hallucination of reality that the controllers would prefer, right? And you have to have a sense for what in your world is an asset of them or just influenced by it, because we're all influenced by it in a certain way. You know, otherwise we would not have the ability to relate to anyone on any level. And very few of us are literally hermiting out in the woods without one bill that they have to fucking pay somewhere, right? Very few of us, because they're also being non-players on the field. It's the equivalent of being the monk up in the mountains, and the great criticism of the monk up in the mountains is that the only thing he's doing is erasing himself from existence and thinking that that's solving problems.
Yeah, maybe it could be a decent resolve for oneself to, you know, break out of the matrix and to yeah get into that hermit mode. But yeah, folks who fall into that reverse hermit card in a sense, and yeah, it's not the end all be all,
right,
with all this stuff,
get
right?
out thinking in simulation theory, right? Which which I think one of the best guys doing that, if you understand the depth of what he's really saying, because he is using the technical vernacular, but he is making it a very spiritual thing and not trying to say it's all being in a machine. But like the way the archaic theories of the simulation are discussed, I think are very helpful. I wouldn't necessarily turn it into any kind of a dogma for myself. But then again, it's already baked into the cake that don't have any dogmas, because most of it's about the concept of, quote, breaking pattern, right? As in, stop, don't just do something that you've always been regularly doing, and you'll bring it's kind of like, I would basically say, as a Norse rune reader, it's a perthro kind of energy is happening when you break pattern, right? It's pretty much what perthro represents. It's the stimulation of opportunity, right? To bring about some form of fortune, right? I broke pattern coming back from my vacation on Friday, and in the middle of my 4-hour trip, I made a U-turn by a 20-mile overstretch because I missed the exit, realizing it too late, that I was very close to a store that I already had ordered something from before, because it was 4 hours away, and I didn't want, or no, it was like 2 hours away. So I just ordered it online. And I said, ooh, I want to go in there. And then I went in there to pick up a couple of vinyl records and have some cool conversations, found a neat place to eat, and got a little bit more familiar with Poughkeepsie, which is somewhat of an important city in the Hudson Valley. And then I excitedly hurried home so I could unpack everything and eventually get those vinyls rolling.
Fuck yeah, and that's a great way to do just like a digital detox, and yeah, just get away and break out of the routine stuff. And people are so used to, the convenience of everything and being like really getting into the hands-on and the experience of, you know, what it used to be growing up, you know, before the digitization of we get to order everything online, before the fucking internet age of all this stuff of it kind of takes away that human connection. And it's kind of mentioned with the author of the book, Simulacra Simulation, when he talks about how like the farmers market was a cool thing back in the days, especially, and just a concept in general, where you had the people from the La Campagna, the countryside, and the city folk, you know, all being able to converge and congregate and, you know, break bread, like literally, in a sense, right? Yeah, we don't have that much anymore these days, unfortunately. You know, it's all like order your stuff online, you know, like just scroll through this and that. You can get your relationships, friends, and all this stuff. Just, you know, scroll on all these applications these days. It's so convenient, you know. How fucking lazy can we be these days? You know, let AI make our videos next year also, you know, like all this shit. Like, wow.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, the guys were talking, you know what? I was talking to you about this, but then I guess I missed it the last couple times I was reading it or listening to this interview, because he says it in this interview. I think he actually said that he wants the Immortals to be open to everyone except for the people that fucked them over, right? Like, I was pitching to you, so I just want to mention it now because of this thing. Like, I suppose right now I still want to just ask him. So I'm openly asking him now, and I'm going to shoot him an email. Tom Althouse, will you come on and do an interview? And we want to ask you if we can host a table read of the Immortals. I so want to do a table read of the Immortals. Oh my God.
Yeah, that'd be so badass, honestly. Yeah. Would be the same experience as like a cinematic thing, but honestly, that'd be really cool. And that brings me to a question I've been wanting to ask you, as far as, you know, what Tom had in mind with whatever allegories embedded in these types of things. You know, we can call them life lessons, morals to the story, and that kind of stuff. What do you think he had originally planned out throughout this whole stuff? Especially, you know, thinking about, you know, your breakdown of the Matrix, but, you know, going back to, you know, like Brandon Martin and Mark Passio's decoding and deciphering of the Matrix and all this stuff. Do you feel like, you know, the Wachowskis were given too much credit on all this stuff when, you know, it was riding off the coattails of Tom's literature, if you will, I guess?
Right. Well, man, you know, it's just like all of us that have done this work, there's an overwhelming amount of interconnected conspiracies that all of us had been, like, you know, diving into since 9/11 made us very, very concerned about the people that allegedly are here to protect us, that apparently everybody that we're supposed to trust said it's okay to trust them, right? So we're dealing with all that because, like, the thing about the world, right, you know, and as it's demonstrated in the Matrix, and what I'm getting enriched by with Martin Heidegger's Being in Time, with Dasein and the existential versus the Dasein, right? And how I've likened this in mythos to the struggle between Thor and Jormungandr, right? Well, you see, there's two dragon mothers. There's the dragon mother that is basically like Lilith. We're talking about, like, you know, female demiurge kind of bullshit, right? That's all working off of the inversions. That's what we're definitely getting out of Hollywood, because they're practicing Kabbalistic magic in their films. We all know this because of Kabbalah, and then tarot that is being demonstrated in motion in a scene of a film. You know, I've done interesting breakdowns on Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey. complete with the baby at the end being the world card. So like, when you're skilled at tarot, you pick up on these things. And also, as the reality has changed, my relationship with divination has changed. It's the, and maybe it's, I don't know if it's for everyone or just for everyone who has got the awareness in their time, right? I released a video just the other day that I did over my vacation, and I won't be really doing that much anymore, right? It's becoming not proper to at least do it with the runes publicly. Like, you want to get a reading from me, that's different, but in public, generalized, not going to be doing that very much at all. Pretty much not anymore.
You mean making reference to archetypes within the tarot and that kind of stuff, or?
No. I'm just like, as I am mentioning that that I did a reading.
Okay, yeah.
I'm also just mentioning that I won't be putting out reading videos anymore as I am going through an examination of what's going on with the runes, and I need to be more focused on their true archaic usage before divination, which is a new discovery of the
right before shit gets watered down and all that jazz, right?
That's right. That's I cannot exploit. I cannot exploit this gift.
Fuck yeah, man! We got to keep these things sacred, yo.
Yeah. It is sacred. It is sacred.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and as to some of those really cool allegories of unity consciousness, thinking about like how Mark Bastiat talks about Morpheus being, the knowledge, Trinity being the emotion, and Neo being the action, as far as like the Trinity expression of consciousness and all that stuff.
Will, care, and gnosis.
Yeah,
and it's gnosis, but he's also Morpheus. He's also a dream, right? So the dream, that's that's all. I mean, so what do you got? Like the willpower, that's your suit of wands in the tarot. Your care is your suit of cups. So the dream that's taken all that stuff, I suppose it's probably maybe just going through the path of the fool, just the major arcana, right? Because like ultimately Morpheus functions as the magician initially. Neo's the fool, and then Morpheus is the magician, first step on the path in their system. In the real system, you start with the high priestess in the one.
Right? Yeah, yo. Real talk. And I liked how you mentioned, with Morpheus being the not the Hierophant, which I kind of likened him to that, just with him being prophetic, in regards to what he believed with the Oracle and all that. But yeah, you mentioned the King of Swords as well, which makes sense with that intellect, that knowledge, and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He can embody the King of Swords, right? You've got a limited cast, and these roles can be multi-layered depending on the context of the scene, just like a card can be multi-layered in the context of a spread. So it's nice how it works.
Matters.
You could do a tarot spread, a scene, right? They may have been using the tarot to do black magic on Tom when they were constructing these scenes, right? It's like South Park, where he gets to the top of the economy and the guy cuts chicken's head off, right? It's, it's just like you get to the top of the sausage factory and, well, lo and behold, they had to slaughter a pig to get some sausage.
Damn.
So like, I think we can all be pretty innocent about that, because, Mark's explanation of the Matrix is completely on point, because he never sits there and says, okay, folks, it's very important to understand that I take it very literally that we're living in a weird hallucination in which reality will strip away and it'll be a wasteland of machines controlling us, or whatever is on this other side of the like, no, it's still this world, right? You're just finally getting the clear angles of knowing what makes a friend and an enemy, in effect, and then you're learning to navigate better while figuring out what to do about it, right? I did grappling today, right? I'm apparently a very good escape artist, but I'm not good on the offense yet. But like, so my thing is that like I'm running like the drill with my buddy, and it's just like, okay, I'm trying to find the right kind of grip that I want, and then, you know, while I'm kind of finagling that, he moves and grapples at me, and then he can't get the takedown on me like at all, right? Like every single time, like we weighed like the same weight. He's a little bit stronger than me, but I'm 10 times more flexible than him, and it's starting to pay off big league as I'm as he gets me in an arm bar, and I can twist my double jointed shoulder a certain way that doesn't hurt at all. And I'm sweaty as all hell because it's like high noon and we're outside in a field. And so I just twist right out of the arm bar while he's trying to keep me with all his weight. Right. And so like I'm getting out of the circumstances, right? It's like the Matrix, like Jormungandr's got me in her clutches. And then I can just Kundalini shift myself out of it. Right. But I don't know how to strike the killing blow on the serpent yet, right? But the serpent, it's not always Jormungandr. There's also the good mother dragon. There's an evil mother dragon out there in the world, and a good mother dragon. You have to
yeah, I'm glad you circled back to that. I wanted to hear about that too.
You have to find that integration point. And most people, whether you think they're an NPC or not, they're just closed off to you. They got a soul, it'll get through. Just fucking work on earning trust. Stop fucking tearing people down for memes.
Real talk, yo, straight up. All right, so you know, and you've probably seen this. You know, people laughing, liking, reacting to whatever degree, or even posting these types of memes about, yeah, the NPCs and all this stuff, and how like, hey, not with all this spiritually enlightened people, like you gotta understand, you know, like not everyone has a soul and this and that, but how many people, you know, are aligned to animism and that kind of stuff, where animism, you know, states that, you know, everything here in existence has a fucking soul type of thing, you know? So,
right.
So how are we going to be negating, you know, fellow brothers, sisters, whether, yeah, we're not going to get into the whole, you know, issue with, you know, possible clones and that kind of stuff, but, you know, like just on the NPC level, like, you know,
have to, we do have to consider the black sorcery of the homunculus, the golems, things of this nature, right?
Sure, yeah.
We have to look at what's up with that, right? Because there's being a sentient life form, and then there's, are you a threat? Like, because like people that have souls, you know, people that have not consciousness, but a conscience, right? A sense of like empathy for other people, right? Like, there's no reason to have special rules. The existence of the fucking psychopath creates the need for fucking government, because a psychopath can do one fucking thing and the news is like, oh great, a psychopath gives us another excuse to create government. Right?
You need that control, yeah.
You need that control, right? And this is why a book like Puzzling People is by Thomas Sheridan is so fucking important as a book, because it goes to great strides, because it knows the weight of what it's trying to say, because somebody who's got a hero complex like me can look at that and say, ooh, I think I can figure out who's psychopath. Like, may the gods strike me dead if I ever think I'm so arrogant that I could ever fucking figure that out. May they strike me dead if I ever lay a hand on someone on a hunch that they're a psychopath, just because they won't open up to me and I get all empathically butthurt about it. Right?
Yeah. I know what you mean, buddy.
Figuring out a high level of dark sorcery evil in which a hollow husk serving the anti-gods is standing in front of me, preying on children, right? That's the kind of fucking, you know, war I'm willing to have, but that's crazy talk, right? So we have to be rational fucking human beings. We have to trust the higher force, be in honor under natural law. We can win this thing. It's proactive, but it's not like Ranger Rick.
Yeah. Well, we're not on some kind of crusade and that kind of stuff. And
right,
yeah, like, what's the deal with, you know, this whole the superhero programming with un-Hollywood, especially in the past, you know, decade or whatever, especially.
You know, I've loved it. I'm so excited for fucking Venom 3.
Okay, cool, yeah.
It's but it's sucks at the same time because of what Tom Althouse has said, right?
Yeah.
But I want to see my Venom horse.
Yeah, I can dig it. And that brings up another question, you know, just, you know, because I've had my observations and opinions about it. And just as far as, you know, what the fuck are we watching with the writing quality and the directing and the producing of movies? It just seems like there's been a degradation for a long time with this trajectory. Not with everything, we're generalizing to a good degree, but now that just, you know, brings up to mind like a new dimension of thought, you know, thinking about how many other types of Tom Althouses are there out there.
Right. Well, you know, I think at the end of the day, I think Hollywood looked at what production demanded, because they're, you know, a company is always going to be what's the next level, right? They want to take things to the next level. You know, your employees work hard, they get the company to become a certain thing, and then the boss looks at it and said, that's awesome. Next year, because we got this accomplished, we're going to get this accomplished, right? And I see little micro examples of that working at the garden store that I've done, and I've gone through 3 seasons of that as they've gone through various little upgrades in how they function, many of which were my suggestions.
Awesome.
they like me there. They probably wonder why I'm not gunning for management, or maybe I am at this point. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I want to make music, not management.
I feel you, man. Like with positions like management come great responsibility or whatever the fuck, you know. Like, so yeah, I feel you on that, and just the extra hours. What's, you know, what are we trying to compromise with, you know, staying into the matrix system of these jobs? And it's nothing against, you know, these jobs, but at the same time, like, how much time, energy, and focus are we willing to give up of our personal life and space that especially can, you know, drag on outside of the work domain? Because, you know, you have these things, you know, dwelling in your mind and stuff. You could be physically and emotionally tired from a long work day and throughout the week and all this stuff. And is it really going to be a week end to the 7-day cycle for another one?
I am treated extraordinarily well in a pretty great environment over there, right? You know, it's just like I'm amongst some of the most wonderful vaccinated people you've ever met in your life.
Right.
At this point, my attitude at this point is, you know, for fuck's sake, like there's a level of advancement, whether any of us like it or not. We're all frustrated about it.
Sure.
It's just like I will have my Mark Passio and my Sethicus Boza level tears from time to time at
Right.
a horrible judgment that I see happening in the world. And but at the end of the day, I look at myself as a protector, a healer or a fixer of sorts. I just run around taking what I've learned as a magus and as a shaman, and I put it into subtle practical. It's just there, just in case I need. It's just like, how do I intuit solving this little problem where these plants need to be rearranged or something? All the little things that come with everything, and I'm constantly stimulated, like the architect. I got to be stimulated, right? So it's just like sometimes I get to drive the van, sometimes I get to be by myself just watering flowers and nobody's fucking bothering me, and that's a lot. Thus podcast and ear, and it's like bliss. Other times I'm working a big sale because somebody needs like 10 hydrangeas, and those are fucking heavy things, yada yada yada, right? So there's so much like flow of things and interesting matriarchal dynamics, because I have two bosses that are ladies, and half of my coworkers are ladies, and it's very interesting, right? And I try to represent well, not just myself, but I try to represent well everybody that dares to be publicly associated with me. I do not want to be an embarrassment on anyone, but I've got a big mouth.
Ha! I feel you, man. And yeah, it's cool, with all things considered, and just, the position we can be at. And yeah, like sometimes I've had days of just wanting to be just hella cutthroat and just like, this is what's going on. Why are people operating like this, and, acting like this level of ignorance and yada, yada, yada. Yet, how that's just going to cause an enormous amount of friction that's going to have a negative domino effect, in the workspace, for the rest of the tenure of, however long you're going to stick around after you make that establishment type of thing. Although I have been able to work some things of just being really, holding my ground of it's like, dude, I'm not going to wear a fucking mask working at this place, that kind of stuff. I was able to like hold a stance on that and make some certain exceptions to the rule, I guess. But, like going back to what you're saying, man, I love the fact that, you're not just, doing things for the sake of, you or your situation and that kind of stuff. You're thinking about just, like, oh yeah, I'm a man in this position and stuff. And like, I don't want to be another, silly fucking stereotypical man, in the workplace, having whatever issues with the females up in the joint or whatever the fuck, right? Am I getting that to a degree? I know there's a lot more to that, but I don't know.
Wait, you're asking about me and my attitude, or you're telling me something about you that I'm trying to confirm? I didn't quite get the context.
Well, yeah, I guess, like when you mentioned of, the place you're working at, it's managed by females, half the and all that stuff, and yeah, you're not trying to pull any dick moves or whatever the fuck, and like, I guess a whole a proper example of a sacred masculine, in public, I guess, in the workspace.
Right. Exactly. Right. Like, like, as I mentioned this, because these gals are like, they're mainstream, but not like extreme. Right. So it's like, we put a flag up, right? And the flag is super inclusive. It says everyone, right? Like literally everyone, right? Just that's all it says it's about. And it's nothing much bigger of a deal than that. And you know what? All of them know all sorts of people on the rainbow spectrum, right? That's where they're at, and for them, it's they're making more practical decisions. It's not like political pamphlets are going on. It's just throwing up the flag, and otherwise they're already super fucking cool with whomever. I mean, we had someone in transition, openly, working with us for quite a few months. And was in a management position. And was good. And was good at their job.
That's good, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not really a thing. I haven't seen a whole lot of that in France. It just seems like something more of a Americano phenomenano in a sense. Even though there's a good amount in the UK apparently. I don't know why. It's like the Five Eyes, like what a surprise in a sense. You know what I mean with that?
You're talking about how like there's certain countries that they're all kind of lockstep in the agenda.
Yeah, and like the programming is, at a higher level and more intensified than in other areas.
Right.
Countries.
Yeah. I
not
think
to compare or whatever.
Well, the Five Eyes is it's not like it's like these are all countries that we're friends with, right? That we're friends with. We're friends for like, we like to go travel and see each other's peoples there. So it's just like, okay, so it's the Five Eyes. It's like, okay, it's Washington, D.C. where did you know that people from 49 states are fucking plotting against your state? Right? Like, that's America. There's 49 other states that are conspiring in Washington, D.C. against your state. All right. Then you got the Five Eyes, right? And the Five Eyes are just like, dude, we're like nobody, like we all see the same shit. Like we are one seeing thing together. We always share what we see with each other, right? Like that's and they share knowledge, and then they give that shit to assassins that will kill us that haven't killed us yet. I don't know. We're not dead yet. Have I spit enough fire to get killed? When do I say magic words where they hit me with a tac nuke? I'd like to know where the threat level is. I haven't figured out how to consistently get myself kicked off of YouTube. I'm doing okay right now. Except for copyright this and copyright that, which doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. Shit could be a lot worse, and being harassed or even, thrown under any kind of bus. But
are we still going to screen this other interview that I heard about? Because I haven't seen that one yet. I'm kind of excited, or not tonight.
I'm down to do it even tomorrow if you want. It's like 5:30 in the morning.
I could make time tomorrow. Let's not hold you up. We've done 3 hours and you didn't want to go 5. So yeah, we would definitely end up going like 6 hours, I think, if we did that. We'll do that tomorrow. We'll do that. We can do that tomorrow. Not too late, because it's a work night. My vacation ends tomorrow.
Oh shit, man. Dude, I don't want to take up all your vacation time on this stuff, but
no. Now I'm just home, like just treating it like my vacation, my real vacation was those 2 days up in the mountains.
And that's awesome, man. Celebrating the solstice. Happy solstice out there for folks, right? We're like a day late, I guess, or 2 now. Fuck.
Yeah.
3 on this end. Shit, it's the 23rd.
It was a full what? Strawberry moon, they say.
Okay, yeah.
Strawberry moon on the solstice. That, so pretty damn good energy. Pretty damn good energy to play with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get me up, I ain't worried about it. I ain't trying to end this minute, I'm just not trying to go for another like 2 hours, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I can keep it chatting. It's all good.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously, we're not going to drag on forever. If anyone watching has any questions, and yeah, Steven, if you have any other stuff that's on your mind that you wanted to mention in regards to this last showing we saw, because obviously you saw the second part to this interview. I didn't want to necessarily
Right.
show both back to back.
Yeah.
Get a different.
Second part of the interview, he's made some updates on some of the things that he has mentioned in the first interview, because things have moved along.
Okay.
His script getting independent film interest, like independent, right?
Oh yeah.
But the way that he wants it to go down. He says he's been making progress on the documentary that he mentioned as well. Now that was like a couple of years ago now, or a year ago, or like it's been a while. So I have no idea where things are at yet. I haven't had a chance to go check out the Red Pill Rising website, his website. But yeah, he's trying to use his Immortals script and that documentary to get people behind like starting a basically open source filmmaking across America.
Yeah, that'd be great because I'm I'm also, I mean, I respect, but I'm kind of like, I'm really fatigued at even like seeing anything uploaded by some of these movie critics. They're calling out all the Hollywood bullshit. They serve a decent purpose, but yet it's like, all right, up until a point, like how long are you gonna beat this dead horse and start creating your own shit? Like let's get on this Red Pill Rising type of shit.
Right. Well,
and,
I mean,
create our own.
It's a question of
right?
when does the hierophantic emperor energy of movie making people and television making people as we see them now go and look, where are all of the American screenplay writers that we are supposed to be sourcing and honoring, right? Like you look the way the world has been, these big movies come out, some very deep movies. You could tell a lot of writing, serious writing went into that film. And you get to talk to producers. You see producers doing interviews. You see directors doing interviews. You see actors doing it. You see, costume designers will talk about their costumes. And where's the fucking writers? Where's like someone who was the writer and like they didn't do anything other than write it, and like were they there on set to to help keep the film in line with what they wrote? And because you're talking about a whole process that then allows the director to pretend that he's the writer because he had to make all these business decisions instead of art decisions, other than his storyboard of how he wanted something to look really cool.
Right. Yeah. Isn't the writing like the backbone, the foundation of this? And yeah, all the costume designers and producers, they're fleshing it out. Yet, why is that backbone being negated, and why is it kind of being stripped of its like original essence? It's almost like a simulacra overlaid onto that in a sense.
Right. Well, this is why they want like they made up a whole facade of just like Hollywood's firing all their writers because their writing is shit and all this. It's like, no, the writers aren't shit. The writers are trying to make money, so they're taking credit on their writing being turned to shit, and then they have to live with that fucking shame. Why? Because that's how you get fully vaccinated in Hollywood as a writer, right? This is how it works. This is how they fucking, you know, put you in that low vibrational state, that low place, right? They trap you out of your own ability to see the sacrifice you have to make. They don't want you to know how effective the sacrifice you could make to break that pattern would be, right? You know, people like Owen Benjamin broke that. People like Tom Althouse broke that. Few others you can say have.
Frank Zappa. He's not an actor, really, but
maybe Frank Zappa, you know. But Frank Zappa didn't die old. He died young.
Wow.
If you died young, I can't say that you won the game. You have to have made it to like wrinkles, you know.
Damn.
You know what I mean?
George Carlin.
I mean, like, if I'm just saying that, like, if you die young, then it better be because you're a berserker that was doing the right thing, right?
Yeah. So, folks that have kind of got broken away from the Hollywood stuff, I mean, like, what's your take on, you know, Joe Rogan? You know, it's almost like, you know, this alt media Hollywood filtered version of, you know, like truth speaking type of stuff.
You know, a lot of less interested in proper knowledge and wisdom people of Generation X and the millennials really trust him, and that's a shame. Listen, it's very simple, guys. If they have agents, they can't be trusted.
Yeah, there seems to be a whole production team just around that in and of itself, whether it be, you know, good quality, you know, like I, as a, you know, video producer, whatever, I can respect, you know, any kind of artistic aesthetic and, you know, production elements, you know, involved with, you know, whatever type of video making and creation that revolves around any of that stuff. Yet, you know, like, yeah, they folks got oodles of money to pay for whoever to make whatever, and all these people behind microphones, you know, what's their ultimate motive, and anyone behind them and this and that. Like, you and I were just like individuals just trying to, you know, explore truth and get to the bottom of so many different things and level up within ourselves at the same time, and spread that good, right? We don't have like money being made from this type of shit, right? But
yeah,
yeah,
like these people are of poor character, right? It's just like they're fighting for this thing, and like the reason why they're committing this much crime is because they're too lazy to put in like the energy, because they don't care enough about it. They just want the success for themselves personally that being associated with it has. They don't care how shit it comes out as, right? And so that's why, like, the court case, that's why they lost in court, right? That's why they lost.
Yeah, what's up with that? Because, you know, like, people can look up, you know, Tom Althouse on Google, right? And like they can see articles of like, oh, Tom Althouse and his, you know, extravagant claim of trying to, you know, say that, you know, the Wachowskis ripped him off on the script and this,
right?
And he lost or whatever. Like, that's all they're gonna read, and that's all they're gonna think about it.
Yeah, they don't want to give voice to his claim. There's this pre-assumption when they do that that it's already been looked into by people that you trust. Remember, this is all about
the experts. You got to trust them, right?
It's all about trust, because, you know, because how much can you care? Like, I've got my own things to worry about. It's just like, it would be nice. It would be it would be no, not nice. It would be a tremendous thing if I was who I am now when people were going after Tom Althouse, and it was just like, and I happened to like know him, and it'd be like, oh my God, broski. And just like, then fearless me will be like, oh, good, a cause I can die for. I don't oh, I'd rather be dead a hero. Right. I might actually be a little bit that crazy because I kind of have a little bit of a hero complex. It's just like, I'm plenty scared. But but something just happens when people I care about are under threat. It's just like, I'd rather be under threat, yeah, so it's just like, he can get tortured in isolation, right? From everybody. And then meanwhile, we're like all in love with this freak that was a cruel mockery of his child, and then literally a cruel mockery of his child.
Damn, yeah, it's brutal, and it's really sad to see, such, really creative, drawn out imagination, in this form of creation, whether it be through a writing that gets, adopted into a movie and that kind of stuff. And it makes me think of J.R.R. Tolkien and what we have today with the blings of Cower. Thanks a lot with the $1 billion blunder that Amazon is fucking, just like making another simulacra slathering of,
Right.
this, bullshit distorted version of, for modern audiences of.
They got AI writing their shit because they got a storyboard that they want to see, right? Now we understand. It's just like they write their little storyboard that they want to see because that's all the vibe and the visual and like the kind of cinematography shot that you're going to get and everything else. And then they let like 3-year-olds come in and just throw fucking, Jackson Pollock shit all over it.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask you, what I just mentioned, like what level of occult mockery and whatever kind of fuckery is going on with the dark Hollywood black magic stuff with Tolkien's works, that kind of stuff.
Well, that's all kind of just like wrapped into the ancestral, like that's cutting us off from our ancestral blood codes with all this shit. It falls in line with some of the propaganda that's coming out in the UK. Thomas Sheridan's talked a great deal about that.
Yeah, Sheridan's great.
Tom Rousell, Survive the Jive. He's done quite a few about that. If you want an interest, like I keep this one guy in mind, Nordic animism. He's very much more on the left side of thinking. He's Mr. I think he's Swedish, and he's an anti-colonialist and all that stuff, right? But it's a European kind of thing, though, not like American. So it's I don't know. I kind of like him. I've had some positive comment interactions with him before. At any rate, he's got certain things that he says about racial relations, but also is definitely like honoring his ancestors. So like, I can't fault him because, he's looking at things. He may look at things. Maybe he may be looking for one or two more, sexual taboos in there, that might be part of his bias, but I guess that's okay. I mean, I've got a bias for natural law, right?
What, are you trying to just be aligned to some cosmic law shit? What the hell, man? Like, you're not supposed to be naturally just, on that, trajectory or whatever, just
right.
frequency.
Well, look, I just yeah, I mentioned him because I don't believe that he's consciously part of any kind of an agenda. I think he's fairly independent and just has some European liberal baggage.
Right. And, I'd like to think, a lot of people just have, these misinterpretations, misconceptions, or misunderstandings of, whatever eternal principles, just like anything truth related, throughout whatever filters and biases that they have, they just, or,
it's
so much.
It's like thing number one that critics didn't like about the Northmen was a depiction of white slavery. All right. So like they're we understand they got this trend of editing history that they that doesn't fit their what is it called, like their 1619 agenda or whatever the heck that thing was that was in their that was in the American academic system, and it was obviously part of the model, right? Because that's the thing, right? In the academic system, there was supposed to be this uniform through the Common Core teaching under a whole guidance program that had like it was like the colonial founding of America, right? Specifically constructing a narrative of keeping the colonial mindset in, so that way they could turn us back into a colony and then have a revolutionary pressure valve against those colonialists, right? And so it's a Hegelian dialectic. It's very obvious when you're finally able to step outside of it. But I have great people that haven't gotten outside of that level of the cave yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Wow. Yeah, well said. Speaking of the Matrix, it's interesting to think of how, that, like when they realized that, all their goals and this and that, based off of the oracles, prophecies and all that stuff, that was a program within a program in and of itself, I guess. I don't know why it just, the last thing you said made me think about that, of just, how, we have to like break ourselves out of the illusion within the illusion, like the concept of like Inception, think about that movie, The Dream Within a Dream, and all this stuff, and that there's different layers and levels of awakening and awareness, I guess.
Right.
I'm getting that.
Exactly. And the fourth Matrix film was, forcing us to kind of reflect on that, and it's it's a funky film to talk about with the Tom Althouse thing about it, right?
Fuck yeah, man.
But like I talked about in my dissertation about it, in our conversation about it, is that the film is a product of reevaluating like the audience of the Matrix that wants to be free, right? And I suppose that I think that they needed to actually they had the whole binary thing that I made sure I drilled home. They never go there with talking about binary, right? Like right now, because I don't know how things are going to go, right? It's hard to speculate about Matrix 5 because by the time Matrix 5 is ready to to start filming, Tom Althouse may have like fucked them over 6 times over, and the ability to even fucking make a film that they can call The Matrix, right? So we'll see, right? Because you know, each of these films was designed in certain ways based on, you know, what they could and couldn't do legally. And those details are changing by everything that's been done, not just in court, but in public, right? Because now there's a public awareness of Tom Althouse that when they're making that film, like, it'll probably get pulled from YouTube, those interviews, if they're going to go for Matrix 5. And so then we're going to have to be like finding alternative websites and throwing it at our friends to be like, before you see Matrix 5, check this shit out, right? You know?
Check the alt house, the alternative housing of, you know, what's going on.
Because hopefully you find someone who at least is intellectually interested and can appreciate such a human story because they are a real person, you know, just somebody who can be real and just have their own, you know, thoughts about a thing, and are capable of being skeptical of the people that they trust. You know, the people that they trust that they don't know, right? Not trying to sever someone's trust with their fucking father. I'm trying to sever their trust with Joel Silver. Maybe I just need to say Harvey Weinstein more often in association with these people, and they'll get it.
Yeah, that's someone a lot people know, and it's funny because you know people think it's only just like one person, right?
I wonder how many Epstein fucking names are crossovers,
right?
With the names in these lawsuits.
Fucking A, dude. Yeah, man. Yeah. Going back to the fourth movie and the whole thing, because yeah, there's oodles of videos. You know, people can tap in a quick little word search just on YouTube alone of, you know, like Matrix 4 allegory, transgenderism, and there's a lot of folks that are trying to, you know, be like, yeah, this is what it's about. You know, Wachowskis, they were talking about that. They were talking about it even in the first Matrix, but they just didn't want to. It was too soon. The public wasn't ready for it, and they gave the most lamest, vaguest references to that, and even like the character Switch. They're so like, oh, like it's a man in the real world and a woman in the Matrix, something like that. But you look at the movie and like she's a woman throughout the whole thing, as far as I'm concerned. So I don't know what they were going with that, unless, you know, like.
So wait, somebody was writing a review and they were talking about the character Switch, and they said that Switch was being played by a different gender depending on which world Switch was in.
Yeah, have you seen anything like that?
Hold on a sec. Well, first off, let me like, because Switch is like, I gotta remember which one Switch is. I don't remember.
She's the blonde. She kind of looks like Swedish, Danish.
Oh, okay.
She gets killed by just getting unplugged, and she has that famous quote like, "Not like this, not like this," you know. When Cypher.
Oh wait, that's not like that. That's the first Matrix, not the fourth.
Right. Yeah, I was bringing it back to the first because people make this reference of.
I thought you said the fourth film. It's fourth.
I was trying to bring it. Sorry, yeah. I mentioned the fourth to begin with, but you know, like people want to reference and validate, you know, this whole transgender allegory and they want to link it to the first Matrix, as if, you know.
No, like, look, what they're looking at is, look, she's got an androgynous nature, right? She's still a woman, but in the Matrix, her residual self-image is well groomed, just like everybody in the Matrix is well fucking groomed. She fucking is. She's got her fucking hair the way she fucking likes it, which is like, which is boyish, right? And so they're just making this assertion because she's androgynous. You know, same thing as the chick Tilda Swinton or whatever, the British.
Oh yeah.
Right. She's an androgen. She plays an angel because she's an androgen. She plays the the ancient one or whatever who teaches Doctor Strange because she's in
Right.
it,
Yeah.
etc. Right?
She's a good actress.
She is a good actress, right?
Yeah.
You know,
It's a cool movie, Doctor Strange. In her position of it, yeah.
Yeah, very cool movie. The second one was terrible.
Yeah. The multiverse of minutia. What?
Yeah. It's just like, why didn't Sam Raimi just slap someone really fucking hard for making him do that? It's just like, why would Sam Raimi do that to himself? Like, that was not a Sam Raimi movie. That was a Disney movie with a couple of Sam Raimi like fucking camera shots, which are kind of like Stanley Kubrick camera shots because this is where he got them from. So, you know, it was just like a depthless, like, you know, Sam Raimi film.
Damn, yeah. So, anyways, not to get off track, I guess the main thing I wanted to mention it with the whole transgender thing, and no, I'm not like an anti-trans, whatever the fuck. It's just like people need to understand there's, you know, agendas behind these things, and you know, take it back to cosmic law of, you know, the hermetic principle of gender. You know, there's masculine and feminine, and yeah, there's some weird stuff in between, hermaphrodites, you know, all that stuff aside. Like, it's not normal that this is like overly popular and like rampant. But as far as like the Wachowskis and whatever transformations they went through, you know, since the Matrix Revolutions to the fourth movie, it just seems like, you know, like the trans community wanted to validate this allegory based off of their transition as well, and all this stuff. And like, oh yeah, there's the Bugs, the character, she has blue hair, like, big deal. Like, I've been out here in France for 15 years. There's women that have been dyeing their hair for quite a while.
I had a similar argument. I had this friend. He was, I don't like it. He's got this attitude, and he just like, but like for a little while before I realized that his personality was just that like he like we got into an argument about that because of Bugs and the blue hair, and it was just like, you know, like, he hadn't seen the movie yet, right? But like, he's looking at all the fucking shit about it, and I was just like, you know, okay, broski, yeah, she had blue hair, all right. It's just like, did you watch the first film? Like, you know, this is like, you know, gothy type of stuff. You know, this is not outside of the norm for residual self, like it's counterculture. It still is counter, like, because he's a little bit he's like a red-pilled Canadian, and he's a little too in a particular narrative of like as soon as something goes like woke, he's just like, no way. Like, he's one of those guys, he gives up on things too easily to be identified in his like Canadian red world, right?
And we getting hung up on certain things, and
like, he's been like, you know, subbed to my things for a while, and like he never fucking like he doesn't understand a goddamn thing I say, and yet he fucking sticks around anyway. Once in a while he'll be a jackass heckling me for having my shirt off on like Instagram or something, on a video where I was making a profound point, and I was just like, dude, do you like ever have anything to say about anything I say? Right? Because it's not like every video I got my fucking shirt off to distract you from my wise words, right?
Yeah. You're trying to speak that naked truth, yo.
Exactly.
You're half naked, whatever. Like,
like, when I was trying harder to not, like, you know, make you uncomfortable, you still didn't listen, and the world went to shit. So why am I going to sacrifice that level of comfort? I'm still doing all the work. Give me a reason to show up in a shirt.
Yeah, and also, hey, people can just listen and not look. You know, like, what the hell?
I know. That's a hard concept. You know, there could be people in the room and they can't just turn the screen down. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's all fair. That's all fair and good, but you know, it's just like I'm just amused by the people that you know, they don't want to listen to anything I gotta say, and they just gotta complain. Oh my God, why do you got your shirt on? It's like, oh my God, why are you complaining about me with my shirt on when you can just turn me off?
Yeah, totally. Logical fallacies. But yeah, man, going back to the movie, because I wanted to ask you this before I lose sight of it and we wind down. What do you think Tom Althouse's, ultimate moral of the story is within his original unaltered writings?
Well, I've not read the Immortals script. I've just listened to the 2 Alpha Vedic interviews and him breaking down all of the parallels and everything that got taken out, so on and so forth, right? From what I take away from both the Alpha Vedic interviews is that he's on our side. You know, he wants the same, he wants the same kinds of things that like Alpha Vedic wants. I believe he wants the same kinds of things that Mark Passio wants, right?
Yeah, and that's kind of what I've always had in the back of my mind, because I had such a really profound impression on me, like since the first time I saw that years ago. Mark Passio's Decoding the Matrix, and it almost made me think, like, damn, it seems like he's giving like too much credence or credit to the Wachowskis or the producers. This that it almost seemed like he read into things that they didn't even consciously draw up or produce or think about. It was just something maybe from the subconscious as well, but. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but let's face it. He's thanking the Wachowskis, but he's come from the same place of not knowing.
Right, like, of course, yeah. It's nothing against him.
How far behind, like Mark slaying like dragons that are on the other side of the illusion. Tom Althouse was part of a struggle with the illusion, right? And he broke the illusion in that struggle, right? It wasn't for Mark to see. So I think if Mark looks at this, if Mark sees it for what it is, he'll look and say, like, everything I said about the Wachowskis I meant for Tom.
Yeah,
that's the idea, right? Because his reading into it, which was an influence on me, was trying to take it as seriously as the world as it really was that Tom saw when he wrote the script, right?
Yeah.
Right. So this is part of that quote meta level of the Matrix, is that, here's Neo, here's Tom Althouse fighting the Hollywood mafia as a serious part of the delusion, hallucination of our Matrix. He's having his own literal hero's journey.
Yeah, fighting like this, the hypercube, the tesseract, this thing that keeps, the succubus sucking in all the talent and creativity and just, regurgitating it out and all these other fucking, fragmented pieces, like you mentioned. Like, what the fuck, yo? God damn.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not, I don't have permission to read the private mark upon his heart, right? But to me, his interviews have demonstrated alignment with the higher force. So as long as I see that, I support him.
Yeah, fuck yeah, man. Well said. Speaking about what I just mentioned, with all these machines and all this stuff, what was that woman's name that's kind of tied in with the screenplay of The Matrix?
Sophia Stewart.
First name again?
Sophia
Stewart. Yeah. Did she have a hand in the Terminator?
Gnostic goddess. Yes.
Fuck, yo. All right, so I just want to play a quick little deleted scenes from the Terminator, because these things just tie in. It's just like a minute or so.
Okay. All right.
And I wanted to get your opinion on this real quick.
Sure.
Throwing in the little creative curveballs, yo.
Good.
CRS, Cyber Research Systems, present a preview of our upcoming product line. Say hello to the Soldier of Tomorrow, the T1 Battlefield Robot, a fully autonomous ground defensive system. And in the air, the Hunter-Killer Aerial Weapons Platform. This isn't science fiction, it's reality, thanks to our top-secret innovation, Skynet, the revolutionary artificially intelligent battlefield management network. From intercontinental missiles to the individual soldier in the field, Skynet is able to control...
Sorry I'm late, gentlemen.
Just got started, Bob. Take a seat.
It's okay. We'll proceed.
Great leaders aren't born, they're made. Right here with the technology developed at CRS.
You do know the patents were obtained from a private vendor, Cyberdyne?
Cyberdyne? It's ancient history.
Using designs generated by Skynet, we need no longer risk the well-being of our men and women in uniform. Robots will take their place on the front lines.
Hi, I'm Chief Master Sergeant William Candy. I was honored to be selected by CRS in the ongoing effort to save American lives.
I don't know about that accent.
We can fix it.
It is now within our power to make war safe, and that is truly priceless. CRS brings you the face of the future. Ooh, it's me.
Ha!
I don't know if that was an actual like deleted scene or some kind of parody or whatever, but
That will, if that has any canon to it at all, it seems like it was maybe made for Terminator 3. It may also have been made for Universal Studios theme park, because a long time ago I went to the Terminator theater experience, which is canonical to James Cameron's vision of Terminator. I believe he did film all the scenes and like script out like what the live actors do in the theater with you, so on and so forth. It was a really fun show. It was a really cool story.
another simulation within that movie.
Right, exactly.
I'm hung up. I'm like
No,
on this simulacra thing, since that last live stream. I don't know why I keep tying it back together with that, even though it might be a far reach sometimes. But yeah, not the
right. I'm just saying that it's a military vignette, which like they could have filmed that because it needed to be in the background of a shot, right? Because that looks like something that would be on tape, because it's an infomercial presentation selling the hardware, right? That's something that you put out to recruits for familiarity with a thing, right? Like that's the you like back in the day they made a lot of websites that would have this kind of extra content, like Cloverfield. There was a website for the company that was involved with this like satellite or something that crashes and is responsible for the Cloverfield monster or something.
Yeah, fuck.
Right. So like that they have a website. The Alien, the company, the Watani Foundation, they have a website. So that website is basically there to give you all sorts of alien universe lore through the Watani's records. And it's like you get to go to their corporate website and there's their public records about how their cyborgs work, about their spaceships, the crew on their missions, budgets, timeline of the company's history. All of this shit's all that, like this was fun for super nerds, right? Those sites probably still exist.
Right. Yeah. But, when folks look at all that, they're caught up in that world and they don't like see the parallel reality of what's been disclosed, in these movies, how it correlates to, what we've, researched and, confirmed as, all this, dark occult fuckery and all this stuff, and how, like, yeah, it's like a soft disclosure through media and whatever they be feeding you, right?
Yeah. Well,
They
reality,
eat it up,
reality is very mundane for them because, you can't take this stuff seriously. Otherwise, you'll get shunned out of society, right? Or at least they would get shunned out of society because they're not doing the work, right? I can go to work and people can accept me as having some level of shamanic power because it's natural to me on a level where it's just like it makes sense that I am as an employee at my job, right? The guy who's like into like Cthulhu stuff, like, he wears the shirt or whatever, but like there's nothing practical. It's just like he can't be like Fathagan or whatever whenever he talks to his boss. It'd be like too weird, right? But like me, like my vernacular will work, right? Because is just speaking in a certain kind of higher dignified way. It's just like it's humble, but at the same time it's full of self-worth, and it's that quietly I act like a king, although I'm like I'm taking orders. I'm just like, oh, what do you want me to do? And just like, oh, I screwed up. Yes, ma'am. I'm like, but the thing is that I'm standing in honor, right? I'm taking responsibility for my faults, and I prove them on myself. And so they like seeing me acting like this, and they like seeing me act like a shaman because it looks,
yeah, work that magic, yo.
It doesn't look good for him to dress up like a Cthulhu cultist. Because A, it's for play. B, you're playing with dark sorcery. So you're creeping people out.
How do you spell Cthulhu?
I think Lovecraft's spelling is
K
with a. I think he spelled I think he spelled it with a C. I know that there was an interview where Lovecraft said you pronounce it Cthulhu like that, right? It's like he said that's the closest way that a human can pronounce it, right?
Damn, yeah, damn.
But it's I think he originally had it. See, it's some people spell it CH or KH, or some of them don't use the H. See, like right there, Theo Lux just did Cthulhu without, so instead of CHUTH, he did CUTH. I've seen it spelled a couple of different ways. It might depend on whether it was Lovecraft or somebody else, because Lovecraft is open source, just like what Tom seems to want to do with Immortals.
Damn. So I just typed it in. Like the only images I'm seeing is like this octopus type of monster. That's what that is.
Okay, yeah, okay. So you don't know anything about the Lovecraft mythos?
Not that, no, and yeah, not a whole lot. Unfortunately.
Okay. I would encourage when you're ready to take a dive into that. Watch Thomas Sheridan's Liber Providence. It's the backstory of his upbringing, and then look into other cool sources about it too. And Call of Cthulhu, and then its later sequel involving Cthulhu, the Mountains of Madness, is he's basically the demiurge. He's a octopus-headed dragon lich, and he is the lord of nightmares. and he drives you mad in your nightmares. And he can whisper into your mind. His cultists wear these dark cloaks that are there to not just cover their identity, but also to cover their deformities, because the closer their devotion to Cthulhu, the more they start looking like a cephalopod. They start, their arm turns into tentacles, and they start looking like Davy Jones. Davy Jones is like a full-blown lord, like High Lord of Cthulhu. If this was a Lovecraft universe, that's what Davy Jones would be.
Yeah. So go back to the movie Doctor Strange. With that, the cults of what is the guy named Darmongu, right? And how they were getting more deformed. Being more in allegiance to that.
But both Marvel and DC have used specific themes, like
right.
Doctor Strange is out there going largely like after the interdimensional horror show, right?
Mm-hmm.
Batman gets to deal with all the people being driven mad in Arkham Asylum, right? Arkham is an invention of Lovecraft. Arkham is in Rhode Island. Everything is largely in Rhode Island in Lovecraft's world. So Doctor Strange is, someone who is, he's studying all the occult stuff that drives you mad, right? And you have to have a high level of wisdom in order to handle it.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, Nate Cap did a great presentation breakdown of that. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Damn, yeah, it's it's funny how the Lovecrafts and folks, I mean, even taking it back to Plato's allegory of the cave, I mean, that's in the Matrix and all these things, and it's like all these old ancient stories getting replayed and played out and all this. It's crazy shit, right?
It certainly is. There's different pathworks that come from this, because there's a wake up process that can overwhelm you, and then you're going to go back to sleep. Right?
Man, yeah.
A wake up process where you get way too invested. You become completely detached from reality. Right?
What was the mountain of something you mentioned with Lovecraft before?
The mountains of madness. So what happens is in Call of Cthulhu, I think that's the one where a guy finds like a little statue of Cthulhu, and then there's like it's associated with somebody. He finds some manuscripts. He learns a thing or two, and he goes out. I think he goes out to sea. And then he gets to a certain place in Antarctica or near Antarctica on the map, and then he encounters. I think he emerges from the bottom of the sea. I think he encounters Cthulhu there. Then in the Mountains of Madness, I think it's a different character who is studying, and they find a lost city in Antarctica. Right. This gets into all sorts of what's going on in Antarctica conspiracy theories, too, which at the time of Lovecraft, no one knew was a thing. And so this city is an alien city. It uses non-Euclidean geometry to define itself. So everything is of odd forms and doesn't feel like a human occupiable place. And there's not just Cthulhu there, but like a whole civilization that was associated with Cthulhu lived in this city. And I can't remember too many other crazy details. There are these emperor penguins that have these crazy eyes. They're kind of like stewards. They're like stewards of the continent. They kind of protect. I don't know what they do, because they don't really do anything much in the book, but they're kind of like they're kind of like keeping watch on the city and seeing who comes and goes or something like that. It's understood that they serve Cthulhu, these penguins, right? And they also, I think the city was involved with the Elder Things, which were these very, very intelligent aliens that looked like I don't know. It was like, imagine if a sea cucumber could stand on its stand up on weird things on the bottom that would count as feet, and then it doesn't have a head or arms. It's got these wing-like things, and like, go look up an elder thing. They're fucking cool looking. Super weird stuff. And they were super intelligent beings, right? The psychic communication, scientists, all this kind of thing, right? And they were in that city, and eventually there gets into a whole back history. There's so much in Lovecraft, and
yeah,
you need to check out some key segments from Black Earth Productions.
Yeah, man.
That get into the sourcing for these things, right? In many respects, I think Cthulhu is an inversion of Odin because of the octopus,
Damn.
8-legged creature, and
Right,
thus,
kind of like Yggdrasil inverted type of shit.
yeah, like Yggdrasil inverted things of this nature, right? Because he's a god of dreams, and Odin's having nightmares about Balder, right? Think about that. So I think that that's what's going on there, because Sheridan talks about this in Liber Providence, about how Lovecraft was raised with certain fears about new science because of things like research into marine biology and all the weird little insects and fishes that there were in the world, and kind of imagining them as larger creatures that were more powerful and more intelligent and more well organized than us, and having consciousness beyond whatever. And he invented cosmic horror, and by that merit he invented almost all of our science fiction.
Damn, man.
At least all of our kind of outer space facing science fiction, right? Mary Shelley's Frankenstein was the first science fiction.
Yeah, so going back, you see the comment I've left up from Theo Lukes. Thank you much, brother. And that's kind of like what I was trying to get at from the get-go, bringing up the Cthulhu and all this stuff. And yeah, this dark entity. I mean, it kind of seems like you already answered the question. Anything more to answer to that?
Yeah, Lovecraft had basically figured out an initial understanding of the anti-gods, of the anti-life, right? Like these things are coming straight out of the mother wound, out of the abyss, right? Not the void of creation, or not the chasm of creation, but the void. This is part of the false cold light. It's all this kind of stuff. You know what? It was probably the best conversation from Sethkus to have is the one that he had with Thomas Sheridan very recently about the evil energy forces. It's the one where he uses.
It's not Hammer of the Gods. It's another one, right? More recent.
Hammer of the Gods is about that power that's going to help us tear these motherfuckers down.
Mm-hmm.
But the conversation he has with Sheridan is kind of like going through the conversation of how these anti-gods are kind of showing up in the psychic field, right? And this is the one that uses the AI art in black and white, and it's constantly shifting through a complete horror show of monstrous, ugly fucking things. That's the one that I would companion with Liber Providence and your dive into Lovecraft and H.R. Geiger, because this is also H.R. Geiger. It's not just Lovecraft. Both of them, amongst probably a few other worlds that are being portaled.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I guess we'll reserve, more talking about that for another topic.
Yeah,
man. That's like
we're well over 4 hours. I want to.
No worries, man. Yeah.
I I want to get back to my vinyl records and all.
Yeah, yo, yeah, rock that shit, man. Yeah. So yeah, before we sign off, let folks know where they can reach you. Obviously, you have your YouTube channel, Zerilath Immortal.
Yeah, thank you. I meant to stream this, but I didn't do the stream right. So
no worries, man.
But you'll see my other interview with Derek over there on the Zerilath Immortal YouTube channel. So it's at Zerilath Immortal. And I'm also Zerilath on Instagram. I do a decent amount of things on Instagram. You can hit me up if you want to reach me for conversation, interview, tarot rune readings, or any other kind of help. Zerilath@yahoo.com. Zerilath@yahoo.com.
Yeah, buddy. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I definitely see you on Instagram. Keep doing your thing with everything, and yeah, looking forward to your chat with Mario West soon enough.
Yeah. I'll be ironing that out with her very soon. I'm doing some homework.
Do your thing, brother. And it's too bad I didn't get to see your companion Locke.
Yeah, Locke's upstairs.
Ah, shit.
You should have said something earlier. I would have grabbed him.
Ah, fuck yeah. No worries, man. Yeah. It's all good, brother. Well, yeah, thank you so much for making this happen, and yeah, first and foremost, bringing this whole issue up, last week to begin with. So
yeah,
to follow up and have you on here is fucking awesome, man. Honor, pleasure, and yeah, real treat, man. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. It's why I'm
here. All right, well, I'm definitely down to have you on for another showing of another one of these alt house interview type of things, and we can discuss more if you want. And for everyone out there listening, stay tuned.
Yeah, I'd love that. Let's do it again real soon.
Fuck yeah.
All right.
Well, cheers to that. Peace out.